Gifted subs. Okay, I need to put some background. Alicia Keys Fallen. Let's see. Lo-fi. Let's get some. The new Ed Gein series on Netflix is Ryan Murphy's newer show. He needs to be stopped. Somebody has to stop him. Nice shirt. Thank you. Somebody has to stop Ryan Murphy. And also, why was Addison Rae playing like a young girl in the show? It just I haven't watched the show, but I won't watch the show. But yeah, playing a 15-year-old. Truly, the Ryan Murphy creative choices. I don't understand. Speaking of Alien Earth. Oh shit. Speaking of David, well, I mean, yeah, he was in the new Alien film with David Johnson. The Hideo Kojima style of thumbs up with every celebrity, even if they're in person or not. You gotta love it. I suggest wrenching out and trying the Korean show When Life Gives You Tangerines on Netflix. It's really amazing. Well, okay. I do also need to I need to finish Interview with the Vampire. What happened was I was really enjoying the show, and then Will was being really annoying about it. No, he wasn't. He was just like, oh, you're watching this without me. So I was like, okay, I'll wait. I was like, I'll wait for you. And then we just didn't watch it because I don't think he actually wants to watch it. So then I just got caught up with all the other shit I've been watching. That's his loss. Yeah, I'm also gonna I'm gonna watch Andor as well because I really need to watch Andor. Even though I've never been like a huge Star Wars head, I really want to watch it. And then I have an interview, or not I have an interview. Mehdi Hassan did an interview with Denise Gow, who's in the show. She's great. She was also in Under the Banner of Heaven, which I watched, the Mormon detective show. She's awesome. So cool. I've been paying attention to the things that she's been saying and her activism. And so Mehdi sat down and had a conversation with her just about like the parallels between Andor and Palestine. And so I wanted to watch that. No, I know. In fact, you know what? Maybe because I mean, obviously I've seen Star Wars, but Will's biggest thing was he hates prequels. And he's like, I don't understand why I would watch a prequel. So I think that's why I just never watched Andor. But I don't think it was like, hi. Sejong, thank you for the 21 months. Hi. 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 Did you get any groceries?
No, but I'm ordering them.
I thought you
I was watching the Yankees.
watching the Yankees. Can you just get me like a piece of cheese or something? Something. I don't know. I just don't feel well. Jen, thank you for the 3 months. Anyway, what were we talking about? Andor. Yeah. Okay, so that's on my watch list as well. What else is... Oh, you know what I don't know if Mortificent's in here, but I ended up watching that one... that one show on Netflix that they had recommended. I can't remember the name. I can't remember anything right now. I'm sorry. My brain is not. El Eternaut. Yes. It's the one of like... It's based on that manga. There's like the deadly snowstorm, kills millions of people, and then they have to survive. Hello, Caroline. It's me, Austin Show. Hello, Austin Show. Thank you for telling me that it's you, Austin Show. I would not have known it was you. I wouldn't have known otherwise. So thank you. How are you? What's up? What did you think about it? I liked it. I think I wish that they had stayed longer with the snow. I felt like that aspect of it wrapped up a little too quickly, and I wish that the next, the big conflict, the big bad, just had not been, storytelling wise, had not been like we just had taken more time to get there. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Stiffo Magnifico, thank you for the tier 1. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Did Will just walk by shirtless? I should have known. I should have known. He's got his shirt off. The same Austin Show who talked shit on... Oh, I forgot. Oh, yeah. I don't fuck with Austin anymore because he was talking shit. They're all I don't fuck with anyone on the Fear End podcast. I forgot about that. How could I forget? I forgot I'm supposed to be a drama streamer now. I'm supposed to be the one who, I'm supposed to be the one who starts drama now. Is that cheese? Oh,
I'm ordering.
thanks. This went above and beyond. Above and beyond the request for cheese. Thank you. What did we talk shit about? Yeah, that's my braless wife, baby. It was when I called Will because he had misplaced the key and we had to find the key for the passports. Awesome. Remember we talked about the passports where I was like, we have to get these passports ASAP or else we can't go to China because we have to get the visas. Oh, yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, you know what? I'm coming on Fear End one of these days just so I can talk shit on everyone else. Okay? It's gonna be the Caroline talk shit on everyone. I was looking at hotels in China. Cheap, my God. Okay, but what is... I feel like that's relative, though. What does that mean? What does that mean per Austin Show's standards? I'm foaming at the mouth. They're like giving them away. Basically, it's practically they're paying you to stay there. A room at the St. Regis was like 110 a night. Damn. Okay. Okay. All right. Talk shit about Ryan Murphy more. You need to roast him like you did Keith. Bro, I have talked so much shit on Ryan Murphy. I've had like full streams that I'm just like, someone needs to stop this man. Someone needs to stop. A suite at the Ritz was $289. Oh my God, we should just move to China and live in fancy hotels. Just replace Marsh. Oh, he would gladly let me replace him. Gladly. Oh, do you want some of my cheese? Sure. Oh. All right. Well, anyway. What else is new? What else is going on? Is the government subsidizing? I mean, I think if you're comparing it to the cost in Japan, it's definitely gonna be cheaper because I think the lower wages that we got going on in China, the cost of operating being lower. T Swift came out with a horrible album that's newish. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not talking about Taylor Swift today. I'm not talking about her. If you're linking anything related to Taylor Swift, I will not. I don't care. Ashley, no. Ashley, I thought you didn't want people to keep talking about Taylor Swift. So why are we linking things related to Taylor Swift? I can't. I literally cannot. I had my stream. I gave my thoughts. I have not been able to. I want people to talk about Charlie being racist. Then go on Twitter. Go do it. Go. I'm sure there's plenty of Taylor Swift fans. I'm not talking about anything related to this album, to Taylor Swift. I can't escape it. I have muted on Twitter. I didn't even go on the internet today because I need to get away for a second. For just a second. So, just a heads up, I have a headache. I don't feel well. And I'm just being very clear. I'm being very clear that for today's stream, I don't know how long it's going to last, but I sure as hell refused to mention one thing today about Taylor or anything to do with this album. Okay? Thank you. And God bless. With peace and love, as they say. With peace and love. I hope your head feels better. Thank you. I think it's just symptoms of my period, but maybe also because of the inescapable discourse. Anyway, yeah, if you want, I think Hassan was covering Taylor Swift earlier. So if you want the real analysis, the hot takes, what is the horror game lineup for October? Definitely Little Nightmares, which comes out on Friday. I think. Wait, yeah, today's the 7th, tomorrow's the 8th, Thursday is the 9th, Friday is the 10th. Little Nightmares comes out Friday. I'm so excited. So absolutely hitting up Little Nightmares. I still have to plan out the rest. I think I definitely want to play Outlast because I haven't played it. I do. We need to be focusing on the important topics like spooky season. I just need sometimes... I don't know. Sometimes I get in oh my God, because it's the same topics, then I don't even want to talk about anything. I think I'm also being affected by the fact, though, that I don't feel at 100. But I don't know. It's that can happen where when I look on the internet and it just seems like it's the same couple of things, I'm like, I need something new. Somebody do something. Nicole Kidman got bangs. At least Nicole Kidman got bangs. Do you need a short horror game before Little Nightmares? Or probably not. No, because I'm doing, maybe. I'm doing Ghosts of Yote at some point this week. Either tomorrow or Thursday. I'll be playing that. And then Friday night, I'm going to Chapel Roan. So I won't be live at night. Saturday is when I'll probably start Little Nightmares. Woo, 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 woo. It's also at some point, what else can we say? Enough discourse in circles. I know. I'd rather just sit here like this. Sometimes I just go, that's enough discourse for today. That's enough discourse for the year. Thanks for the invite to chapel. Take it up with Cutie Cinderella. Go call her ass. Go weasel your way in somehow. I don't even know how many tickets she got. But this goes back to Cinna's not going. Oh, take Cinna's spot. This goes back to Ludwig's streamer games. So during Ludwig's streamer games, when Cutie did all that fucking drama, where she was just like, she, as part of penance towards Cinna, offered her, I think it was subs, Oogie Boogie, a kiss, Chapel Roan, Chapel Roan tickets. And I was on the call and I went, hello. And she went, oh yeah, I got Chapel Roan tickets. I was like, okay, I'm going, obviously. Did you hear Fandy is live streaming her birth? I did not hear that. Wow. Oh. That's crazy. If that's true. If that is true, that's pretty nuts. The first baby to be born on Twitch. Okay. I mean, I'm sure they would have to show not the whole thing. That really is giving Truman Show. It really is. It was named by the chatter that gave the most bits. Oh my God. Wait, did you guys see that there's some woman? Anyone see this? Charges $30K. I realized I'm in the wrong business. Okay, speaking of babies, not even subs, just bits. Whoever donates the most bits gets to name the baby. Okay, I am in the wrong business. This woman will name your baby for $30,000. I would do it for like $10. Naming a baby used to mean picking between grandma's middle name and whatever was trending on the playground. Now you can shell out $30,000. I love this, like, you can shell out. It's an option. $30,000 to a woman in San Francisco who apparently creates the perfect identity for your baby. Okay, before I get to the rest of this, my question is, I'll do it for $10. My question is, what if you hate the name? Do you still have to pay? Because is it pay up front and then someone's like, yeah, your baby's name, how about Emily? Or like, how about little baby? Is the baby a fucking brand? I mean, that's the world we live in, folks. The world we live in is that now you are a brand from the moment you're born. Okay? When you come out of that womb, when you're a baby opening its eyes for the first time, welcome to your brand. PayPal Johnson. You're not good at this. Well, the point is what does being good mean? That's what I'm saying. If I'm like, okay, great, I will create an identity for your baby, and then I just pick a common name. And then what do? Do they get a refund if they're like, that's not unique? That's not special. Taylor A. Humphrey has made a full-time career out of naming other people's kids. She isn't scrolling through a baby book and picking at random. Humphrey, 37, runs what amounts to a boutique naming agency. This is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard. A boutique naming industry or agency. Rich people have too much money. That's the conclusion here. Rich people have way too much fucking money that they are acquiring the services of somebody who is a boutique naming agent, complete with spreadsheets, questionnaires, and tiered packages that climb from a $200 email to a $200 email to a 30,000 VIP treatment. Okay, the other thing that I'm so confused about, isn't naming your baby like kind of the whole thing? It's your baby, and it's a name that you or your partner, the both of you, maybe you're in a polycule. I don't know. But there's supposed to be meaning there. Like isn't that the point that you name your baby? It's just overpriced fortune telling. It really is just like, here's this stupid thing. Here's this ridiculously stupid thing that we're going to dress up in fancy language and have, a fancy office. Probably it's giving like, I'm sure the entire office is beige. Okay. It's probably very like clean girl aesthetics. I can just picture it. We do need to shut down the Bay Area. I agree, because a lot of this stuff is constantly coming out of the Bay Area. It's these tech people who are wacky. They have too much money. They're wacky. There's too many of these, like, look, not everybody should be an entrepreneur. Not everybody can be a business person. This is just bullshit. We're going to have to quarantine the Bay. Yeah, we're going to have to close off the Bay Area until we can stop this stuff. Tech bros treating babies like VC businesses. Yeah. I mean, look, you know what? Start monetizing from the moment. Let's even monetize before the baby comes out. Wasn't the surrogate story the Bay? Yes, the surrogate story was also the Bay. I think these tech people have to be stopped. Okay, there's a lot more to this job than people realize. I don't care what more there is to this job. I will never accept this as being reasonable. I will never be like, oh, you know what? Actually, that's very cool. I'm so glad that this is what's going on in the Bay Area. Humphrey told the San Francisco Chronicle she started posting about her obsession with names more than a decade ago, back when her services cost closer to $1,500. A decade ago, $1,500.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Yeah! Woo!
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
Need a tan? I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that Taylor Humphrey did not create this idea on her own. This is advice people are paying money for. How do we find, oh my God, this is literally her. How do we find a name we both love? Couples often have different name styles, different emotional attachments, different cultural references, different levels of risk tolerance. What the hell is risk tolerance? Like when you evaluate a name, you go, what's on a scale of 1 to 10, the risk tolerance? It's out of 7. Okay. It's at like for bullying, for being discriminated against. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah. Are we talking like risk tolerance if you're planning to name your baby Adolf Hitler? Play around with the phonetic elements of your most loved names. For example, you love Cordelia and Octavia. Your husband likes Brooke and Quinn. Combine Cordelia Brooke and Octavia Quinn. Wow! Oh my God, you know what? That's worth more than $30,000, okay? It's worth more. Give this woman all the money. Or you can shorten the name. Corey, Cora, Tavi, Via. Okay, now come on. Now come on. You can elongate Brooklyn, Quincy. Consider Clara, Scarlett, Camilla. So just 3 very other names that are random. Consider Clara, Scarlett, Camilla. What the hell? Shawarma, thank you for the 25 months. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to Twitch chat, okay? I'm going to put everybody's usernames into a roulette. I'm just going to spin it around. And whoever it lands on, that's the name of the baby. Okay, so one of y'all, if I have a baby, one of y'all, the baby is being named after. And I guarantee that no other baby would have that name. Oh my God, this is so insane. Dragon would be metal. Okay, Dragon would be metal as fuck. But here's the thing. I think it has to be the entire username. So it would be Dragon Army 4208. That's the child's name. Okay, let me read more of this because I'm sure that there's just more insanity to come. In 2020 alone, Humphrey named over 100 babies, pulling in $150,000. Are you kidding me? Named over 100 babies and make like about what I make? Are you insane? That's fucking crazy. That's okay. All right. So on average, that's $15,000. $15,000 a baby. Oh my God. I'm not kidding you. I'm in the wrong business. I gotta get into the baby naming business in the Bay Area. These days, her Instagram and TikTok following has passed 100,000. Okay, I have got to see this woman's Instagram. What's in a baby name?
Interview with Ryan from Herald Now in New Zealand. I had so much fun. I will say that when I got on the call on the Zoom link, the way that they introduced my segment, like about 10 minutes before I actually went on, I was just like, oh no, this is going to be so bad.
Okay, can I say something? Can I say something that is real as fuck? This is only something that a white lady could do. A white lady like Taylor Humphrey could do something like this. All right, let's keep it a buck. And look, she's getting money from all these rich VC types, all these Silicon Valley stupid buttheads who are like happy to pay $15,000 for this stuff. So, you know what, girl? You know what, girl? I'm jealous. I guess that's what it is. Like, I can't believe that you've managed to make this into a business. Oh, think of how you could scam the white man, Asian woman couples in the Bay with your identity. Oh my God, I could do so much Asian scamming. I could do so much white libertarian Asian wife identity grifting. 1,500, not 15,000. Oh, my bad. Okay. I did the math wrong. These days, her Instagram has passed 100,000 and her portfolio boasts more than 500 babies stamped with names she helped select. Do you know what would be okay? Do you know what I would do though? If I had this business, I would have like an actual stamp. It'd be like a tattoo, and it would go on every single baby that I named. It would be like my company brand, my company branding. So every baby that I've named gets the actual stamp. Yeah, it's got, look, I have to trademark somehow. Got a trademark. Is the white libertarian guy with Asian wife thing real? Yes. 100,000%. Meet the woman who will name your baby for $30,000. Clients, often wealthy, you don't say, and sometimes famous, come looking for names that feel curated. I hate this so much. Rather than pulled from a baby book. Why is everything fucking curated? Why is it like we treat our babies the same as we would treat our living rooms? The same as we would treat like just everything in our lives. Oh, it's got to be curated. Ooh, we've got to get the vibe right. What style are we going for? Humphrey uses branding questionnaires, family genealogists, and even group brainstorming sessions to land on something that feels unique without veering into why did you do that to your child territory. Her add-ons can include baby name branding, designing a family aesthetic. I hate this so much. What a family aesthetic. Everything is a brand. We're all just brands. We're all just aesthetics we're just things. It's just things. Or mining the family tree for hidden gems. Oh my God. You know how we talk about that wealth, like the more wealth you have, the more it means you can just pass off labor to others. You pay people to provide labor for you, whether it is shopping, whether it is cooking, whether it is raising your children, doing your finances. Like it's basically the more money you have, the more you just pass off that labor, even if it's small, right? Even if it's a something. If it's personal too, like naming your child, you just pass that off. You just pay somebody to do this for you. It is literally that the richer you become, you just don't have to do fucking anything. And it seems that you don't want to do anything and you can't do anything for yourself. You just cannot do a single thing. I have worked for extremely wealthy people and I realize the wealthier that they became, the less that they were capable of doing. They just offload all that shit, but it results in them being like incapable of doing anything. Anything. You know what? I am going to come in. I'll just like use chat. You just use ChatGPT. There's your baby name. There's $30,000, you know. Hello. It's just crazy. All right, ready? Do you think Elon Musk used a service like this? That's so the computer enjoyer, simpatico. Okay, the requests are oddly specific. Uncommon but not bizarre. Okay. Picture of a snail, thank you for the 27 months. Uncommon, but not bizarre. Modern, but not disposable. Would you know that this is describing the requirement, like what somebody wants for their child's name and not what they're like looking for in a couch? Modern, but not disposable. Or like in Tupperware. Strong, but not overbearing. Sometimes the job tilts towards therapy. She mediates between couples who can't agree or calms down anxious parents who feel like the wrong syllable might ruin their kid's future. Oh my God, these people can't do anything. Holy shit. Oh my God. The wrong syllable will ruin their child's future. Go fuck yourself. Honestly, fuck you. Just fuck you. You people are so annoying. You're so insufferable. Sometimes I get calls from clients that are so urgent that I need to drop everything, she admitted. While some parents think of it as insurance against a regrettable choice, unsurprisingly, critics online have made her a punchline. Yeah, it's the easiest punchline in the world. The New Yorker profiled her in 2021, sparking a wave of mockery and memes that hasn't really stopped. Humphrey doesn't deny the absurdity. It's a little embarrassing when you get made fun of on the internet, she told the Chronicle. But at the same time, I'm like, well, it is silly. I come up with baby names for a living, and she makes a fuck ton of money doing so. Silly or not, the business is booming. With a backlog of clients and a market of parents who treat names like brand launches, Humphrey has managed to put a price tag on identity itself. That's what it's all about, a price tag on identity from the moment you're born. And people are lining up to pay it. Yep, this is the world that we live in. This is the world that we live in. Advice I'd give as a baby name consultant.
Tight in the hips, and I just I don't understand what happened.
I don't think it's that bad. I think it fits well.
The right name will fit your baby like a glove, snug in all the right places, but loose enough to grow into. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people just think, you know what it is too, because they don't have problems like everybody else does. And so they get to spend all this time thinking about something like a baby name. Is it going to be like a perfectly fitting dress where it is tight enough, but there's room to grow into? She really says, yes, name your baby Adolf. Ain't no way. No way.
Do you ever get stuck on one brainwave and you can't quite get off of it? I just got off of a radio interview and I'm pretty sure, oh my God, oh no. I don't know why, but today's brainwave was Lucifer. The name Lucifer, and why it's actually a really good name. This is so
yeah, you can just, nickname Lucy.
outrageous. I would never recommend the name Lucifer to
What
a
is a
client.
brainwave?
If someone came to me and said, we really love this name, I'd be like, have you considered Lucius? Have you considered Lux? I think that there are better options than Lucifer. But for some reason today on live radio, Lucifer was on my mind and that's what I wanted to talk about. So I guess I will share the behind the scenes footage. Let me know what you think.
What are the elements that make it a bad name when it's a bad name?
For those interested in behind the scenes footage, we spoke a lot about bad or controversial names like Lucifer, Adolf, and Charles Manson. I'm going to be so for real. I don't put Lucifer and Adolf in the same category as same with Charles Manson. Why would Charles Manson be what you name your baby? Charles Manson is a first and a last name. Like, plenty of people call their children Charles. Why? Who the fuck would name their child full name Charles Manson? I really love the name Charles Manson, but obviously the, connotation there. I guess if your last name is Manson, okay, I guess. But I do like, though, that this is Lucifer, Adolf, and Charles Manson.
Like if somebody you hear it and you're just like, oof, God, that is terrible.
Yeah.
What makes it a bad choice?
So I have to be totally honest here. I love names. I feel like there are no mistakes in baby naming. A bad name is one that doesn't actually...
Wait, but if there's no mistakes in baby naming, then doesn't that kind of reduce her importance? Because don't these people need to... Yeah, it sounds like she's talking herself out of the job.
The values of the family that's choosing the name. If you're a staunchly or very conservative religious family and you chose the name Lucifer, You know, like that wouldn't make sense.
I just feel like maybe I'm an against the grain kind of guy sometimes, but I'm the one who wants to go like every once in a while, can't we take a name back? Like if there was somebody and they were going to name their kid Charles Manson.
Sure.
It's a long time. You know,
Yeah.
you're going to remember his name right off. You're like, oh, yeah, Charles Manson.
Right.
And that person can reclaim the name moving forward. Is that not doable?
No, what do you mean they want to name their child Charles Manson?
I think
what do you mean taking the name back? Oh my God, fuck off.
I totally defer to the parents on any choice if it comes to like reviving a name. Like, I think that there are many names that we should.
I am reclaiming the name Charles Manson starting today. And every single one of my children will be named Charles Manson.
Be reviving. I was actually just having a conversation, oddly enough, about the name Lucifer, which means light bearer, right? It has like this really beautiful meaning. And on average in the US, I think about 5 to 7 boys are named Lucifer in any given year. So it is a name that people are choosing. It's very unpopular, you know, obviously very controversial, but
it's time to reclaim John Wayne Gacy. Yes, my children are going to be named Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Charles Manson.
Name. So I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I mean, it's not.
I'm reclaiming them.
Families, but okay, that's not as bad as.
She follows RFK, JD Vance, and Ron DeSantis on Instagram. Interesting. Maybe she just really likes their names. Maybe she's like Ron DeSantis. That is a beautiful name for a baby. A beautiful name. Little baby Ron DeSantis. Yeah, that's not surprising to me at all. Okay. All right. She has a blog on why Elon and Grimes' baby name will change the course of human history? ? Oh. Elon Musk and his son, XAEAE12. Okay, let's see what the hell she has to say about this. Not sure whether to take the dad joke making, meme loving, Twitter finger friendly CEO seriously. That is not how I would describe Elon Musk, but fans and foes waited for an official confirmation. The next day, Grimes confirmed via Twitter. And while most of the social media sphere was awash with memes and posts and comments poking fun of the ridiculous name, I am of the wildly unpopular opinion that this algebraic appellation is actually the perfect name, and further, that this is the name that humanity needs. Remember that 2016 movie Arrival, where Amy Adams played a linguistics professor who has to find a way to communicate with the aliens, whose egg-shaped crafts hovered closely above the Earth? Spoiler alert, the movie explored the premise that time was, like the alien language itself, a flat circle. The mere studying of the extraterrestrials' coffee stain. Do you know what this is giving when I want to read a fucking recipe? And there's like a whole ass story. And I go, I don't care. In order to transcend the vector of time, Amy Adams had to study, interact with, grapple with, and focus intently upon this extraterrestrial articulation. Something that was by its very existence tangential to our common state of reality, something completely out of the ordinary. Likewise, there's nothing ordinary about life in the time of Corona, and perhaps extraordinary times call for extraordinary monikers. I wonder if, and this is so out there, but stay with me, seeing baby Musk's name written, spending time with it, dissecting it, and listening to the meaning behind it will have a similarly construct-breaking, dimension-bending effect on society. No, I don't think so. No, I do not think so. Ash Archangel is how it's pronounced. In the midst, you know what this name is good for? When the aliens take over, you go, hey, I'm one of you. Hey, my name is... And they're like, okay, good. When the robots, you know, when the robots or the aliens, when we got it glorping up in here, then this name will come in handy. Oh, okay. So basically, she's just like, this is a name that reminds me of the film Arrival. Now she's talking about Star Wars. Oh my God. Okay. I really don't give a shit to read the rest of that. Jim Jom, thank you for the tier 1. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to little baby Charles Manson. Little baby. She follows RFK, JD, DeSantis on her professional account, but Joe Biden and Hassan Piker on her personal account. Why does this always somehow come back to Hassan? You know what? Just like I can't escape Taylor Swift discourse, I cannot escape who follows Hassan on Instagram. I never can. I swear to God, every time I am talking about a story or a celebrity or something, there's going to be a piece of this puzzle that is they follow Hassan on Instagram. Not even the Pitcast is safe. I can't even talk about the Pit. He can't keep getting away with it. I don't understand. This is so strange. She follows Hassan and Joe Biden on her personal account, but then on her professional account, she follows Ron DeSantis. Wouldn't it be funny if she follows people just purely based on how she feels about their name? She just really loves Joe Biden. Just rolls off tip of the tongue. Oh my God. I do forget though that Hassan, I don't forget because I'll go on Instagram and like one of these fucking photos will show up. But he posts thirst traps on Instagram. So there are definitely people who follow him who probably follow him just because of the thirst traps. Meet Taylor Humphrey, the San Francisco woman charging $30,000 to help parents name their babies. Okay, here's my question. I need to know what the hell this $30,000 thing is. How do you pitch this to people? How do you go from $0 to making any money whatsoever? I genuinely am like, is it just being a white lady named Taylor out in the Bay Area? You know, knowing all of these tech types and being like, oh my God, have you considered what you're going to name your baby? And they're like, we're still working on it. Be like, well, there's this really exclusive agency that can help you with the entire process. It's called Caroline Kwan Naming. It's called Kwan Naming. She only works with the most exclusive, high-profile clients. The babies that she has named have gone on to be presidents, world-famous pop stars, sports people. She only names the best babies. What's in a name? How much? Well, it's certainly not cheap, but that's because it's only for the most exclusive, high-profile people. $10,000 package provides VIP treatment, while her most exclusive services costing $30,000 include everything from genealogical research to full baby name branding campaigns. I can't. I need to know who some of her clients are, please. I don't know. Is she, who's a celebrity that just had a baby? Like, did she... Trish Paytas? Yeah. No, that's all Trish Paytas. Is she behind Aquaman? Is this the reason for Aquaman? Aaron, thank you for the 2 months. I hope you're well. What's up? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. But I can believe it too. Of course. Of course. People have too much money. They got too much money. According to an SF Chronicle report, Humphrey said one of her clients facing hospital delays after failing to agree on a baby's middle name. Shut up. This woman wouldn't go to the hospital because she couldn't decide on the child's middle name. It's a fucking middle name. Who cares? You can name the baby later. Within minutes, she resolved the standoff, helping the couple avoid a costly extension of their hospital stay. Oh, wait. They weren't leaving the hospital. Okay. They weren't leaving the hospital until they came up with a middle name. And so they called 911 being Taylor Humphrey, who they've paid thousands of dollars to, an emergency call after hours. I just need to know some examples. I really do. I really need some examples. Why does she follow? What in the... Who the fuck follows Usha Vance? Like, okay, if you're going to follow... First of all, I do not follow politicians on Instagram. Especially not politicians like the president or the vice president or the second lady or like Joe Biden's daughter. It's very strange. First Lady Melania Trump. Following SLOTUS is crazy. Following SLOTUS is nuts. Anyway, all right. Well, I guess Girly Pop is just, she's killing it out here. What the hell is this? Grand millennial baby names are inspired by the Renaissance, Baroque. Well, okay, so why would I pay her if I can just take one of these names? Clementine Eloise. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you paying? Why pay the thousands of dollars? Just take one of these fucking names here. Offer versatility, timeless elegance, and grandeur. Wow. Football-inspired baby names. I have to go. I must leave. I must. A name consultation. Just as your home, wardrobe, or wedding style reveals something intimate about you, so too does your taste in names. Whether you're drawn to old money, dark academia, coastal cowboy, 1970s rock star, or something entirely your own, identifying your unique name aesthetic can bring clarity, direction, and creativity to the naming process. It's both an exercise in self-discovery and a tool that allows me to better understand your vision so that I can offer names that align with your personal style and honor the spirit of your child to be. What is coastal cowboy? I'm just picturing coastal cowboy being like gays in cowboy hats in West Hollywood. At the Abbey. Yeah, I really love Coastal Cowboy. Just remember, if you can't give your baby a unique identity because you have not chosen the perfect name, it's not your fault. It's just that you're poor. If you don't have the correct name aesthetics, it's because you're poor. Yeah, this might be one of my most hated things. this might be one of my most hated things. Can I just say, too, obviously throughout history, names can have had a lot of weight to them. But because of the person who had that name doing the things that they did in their lives. So if you really believe like your child doesn't have a shot in hell, no chance, your child has no chance in this world unless you have curated the perfect aesthetic, the name, the identity, the branding for your baby. That is, you are setting your child up for failure, actually. And I am sure you are the kinds of parents that, well, your kid might have issues. I mean, a lot of kids have issues when they grow up, okay? A lot of us have trauma. But just what that says about the type of parents who are already commodifying their children from the moment they're born, treating them like a product, like an aesthetic. You know, it's like the kinds of people who would pay are the ones who don't see their kids as people, just objects to show off and make the parents look good. Yeah. I would just say again, like, I think there's something special in naming your child and naming your child something that you've picked out, not that you've paid thousands of dollars for, just because you can. Yeah, these are the people with like 12 nannies. These are the people with like 12 nannies raising their children because it's more important that their children tick all the boxes than for them to actually genuinely raise their children themselves. It's like, okay, let's make sure we get them into horseback. You know, we'll get them into this and this and this and this. They'll go to all the best schools. They'll wear all the best clothes. It's just all about the aesthetics. Caroline Kwan just coming. Say hello. Someone in birth. So hope all have a good time. Peace, everyone. Well, did they consult what's in a baby name? Because otherwise I worry about the name for that child. My sister wanted to name her son Cross. We're Black and Indigenous. I had to point out why she shouldn't do that. Cross? I don't know what's jumping out about cross. Like a cross? Oh. Wait. But I guess to me, it's based the cross killed Jesus. Yeah, it was the cross that killed Jesus. It was nothing else. It was the cross itself. No one else played any part in it. Anyway, my mom loved the name she picked out for me. everyone in my, flash forward to me being a trans adult, I never use that name anymore. Yeah, but like, see how important the name is that you then chose for yourself, right? I mean, names are special and names can absolutely be a part of your identity, but I think it's really fucked. I think it's really fucked to just, again, offload that to a service like this, because it's also just about the fact that you can spend $30,000. Like, I can afford to, and so I will. That's the thing about rich people too. Rich people are pretty stupid, and they are often very wasteful. I know some wealthy people who are like very frugal, but a lot of these types, especially, you know, the Silicon Valley types we're talking about, they spend money on this type of stuff because it's a status symbol, because it's a it's just in this, in just the competitive climate, in the just trying to prove that you're better than and remember, rich people compete with other rich people. They don't compete with the poors. They look at other rich people and they're like, oh, okay, that's my competition. So they need to make sure that their children have the best names. Can't have them having the same names, you know? Like, it should be a personal choice of the person you're bringing into the world. Paying for a name is so soulless. Ugh. I also see people ask strangers to name their pets too. I don't get that. I just feel like that's something that I always would want to do myself, you know? I don't understand this like desire to
you might not know this
desire to have people do these things for you. I don't get it. All right. Anyway, that was a good little side quest. Let's talk about the continued outrage to Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, who I can't believe. It's very funny to have. It's very funny to have these losers like Mike Johnson try to who mega lol Bad Bunny. Which, sure, I'm sure Mike Johnson doesn't actually know he is, because Mike Johnson, as you can see here, was like, why doesn't Lee Greenwood do the Super Bowl? These people know one person, and it's Lee Greenwood. They know Lee Greenwood, and they're like, why doesn't Lee Greenwood do it? But the idea that like because Mike Johnson or Donald Trump, who I think Donald Trump's just doing the Donald Trump thing, has never heard of Bad Bunny. As if he's like a nobody rather than the biggest male artist in the world, just globally one of the biggest names, the number one Latin artist. Like, it's Bad Bunny. It's Bad Bunny, baby. So here's Mike Johnson talking about it.
I didn't even know who Bad Bunny was, but it sounds like a terrible decision in my view from what I'm hearing. What's that?
How come?
Well, it sounds like he's not someone who appeals to a broader audience.
Okay. So here's the thing. The reason is racism. But Mike Johnson, these people, oh my God, these people are not even good. They're not even good at doing this outrage. They're not. They don't pull it off. They do not pull it off. When he's like, oh, I don't even know Bad Bunny, but seems like a bad idea. And the interviewer's like, why? Wait, you don't even know this guy? So you don't even have, this isn't even I personally don't like his music, or I know about him and he's not very popular. I don't know why they would have him. And so he's like, well, why? And he's like, because no one knows.
Bad Bunny was, but it sounds like a terrible decision in my view from what I'm hearing. What's that?
How come?
When he pauses and says, oh, wait, what's that? Because he probably didn't expect the person to be like, why? Why is Bad Bunny a bad decision for the Super Bowl? You guys all keep saying this. Like, this is how simple it is, folks. You just have to ask these people why. Be like, why? Why do you say that? Because then the whole thing unravels and they're like, because.
Well, it sounds like he's not someone who appeals to a broader audience. And I think, you know, there's so many eyes on the Super Bowl, a lot of young, impressionable children. And I think, in my view, you would have Lee Greenwood or role models doing that, not
Oh my God, he's so stupid. What a fucking boomer, honestly, to be like, you have a lot of children watching, so why don't you have Lee Greenwood? Yeah. Who? I mean, obviously, those of us who know Lee Greenwood, because proud to be an American, and because MAGA loves Lee Greenwood. MAGA loves Lee Greenwood. But the idea that children watching the Super Bowl are clamoring for Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood. Can I? Lee Greenwood. Oh, the children yearn for Lee Greenwood. Oh, indeed. Like this guy? Really? Is that who the young people just really want to see on stage? Lee fucking Greenwood singing Proud to Be an American. He has one song and he panders to Trump. It's so silly.
Like
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any reaction?
Right. And this just goes to show this is playing the part. Okay. This is following the script. The script is boo Bad Bunny. So we can't have Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny can't perform at the Super Bowl. Bad Bunny shouldn't perform at the Super Bowl. Except they have nothing. They have nothing to back it up. They're just fools. They're just idiots. Like this clip of where's the clip of right here?
Good choice for the
She's so
Super Bowl.
stupid.
I'm not
You think Bad Bunny's a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that like knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American
Mike, I haven't watched Andor yet.
artist, so sure.
He's
why
not an American artist, but
He's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
What do you want to bet that Tommy Loren didn't know that Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens? But this is what I mean by they just follow the outrage script, every single one of them, and then talk about stupid. Look at this dumbass. Former race car driver Danica Patrick slams Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl 2026 halftime headliner. No songs in English should not be allowed at one of America's highest rated television events of the year, not just for sports. Does she know that she's not even saying what she's trying to say? She got a double negative up in there. No songs in English should not be allowed at one of America's highest rated television events of the year. They can't even construct their racism properly. Hey, speak American. Hey, speak American. And the other thing too is like, hello, songs in Spanish have been sung before. You had Shakira, and Shakira did the Super Bowl. Like, this is not the first time. They're just saying this because Bad Bunny has said what he said about ICE. Because Bad Bunny has gotten political. So they're like, oh, you gotta speak American. Also, not to mention, Spanish has been sung. Spanish is a language that has been spoken before English in the United States here. Spanish is an older language here in this country. Speak American. What's this Spanish? My Crafton, thank you for the 3 months. Randolph, thank you for the 15 months. Oh, it's just so silly.
But I'm doing the Super Bowl halftime.
Okay, so Bad Bunny hosted he hosted SNL, and here's his a bit of his monologue.
You might not know these, but I'm doing the Super Bowl halftime show. And I'm very happy.
Bad Bunny on SNL, using his voice in response to criticism surrounding his big new gig.
I'm very happy, and I think everyone is happy about it. Even Fox News.
Bad Bunny is my favorite musician, and he should be the next president.
That was a parody, but there's been real pushback from some quarters against the NFL hiring the 31-year-old superstar, whose real name is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, and who primarily sings in Spanish. Bad Bunny addressing it head on.
And
also funny, you want to know where the Super Bowl is held this year? You want to know where the Super Bowl is held this year? Santa Clara. You want to know the roots? You want to know Santa Clara's roots? I'll give you one guess.
If you didn't understand what I just said,
Santa Clara was founded by the Spanish in the 1700s, okay? Heavy Spanish roots. Heavy Spanish roots.
You have 4 months to learn.
Bad Bunny recently wrapping up a sold-out 31-concert residency in his native Puerto Rico. Yet Bad Bunny opting not to tour the continental U.S. because, as he told ID magazine, there was the issue of, like, ICE could be outside my concert. And it's something that we were talking about and very concerned about. Those concerns perhaps to be realized outside Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara, California, near San Francisco, with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling the Benny Show podcast that ICE agents will be present.
We'll be all over that place. And we're going to enforce the law. So I think people should not be coming to the Super Bowl unless they're law-abiding Americans who love this country.
Bad Bunny has been soaring in popularity stateside and with generations.
Every time I see her, her face is melting more. Her face is melting more. Soon she will look like how she was depicted in South Park.
Of Latino fans. He turned up earlier this year in Happy Gilmore 2.
What's a green?
He's no stranger to the Super Bowl halftime show after performing with Shakira and Jennifer Lopez in Miami for Super Bowl 54 back in 2020.
Oh, I'm
Now,
sorry.
the
Was
NFL
that Shakira singing in Spanish at the Super Bowl? Whoa, excuse me. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. Only American.
Putting him on the world's biggest stage.
I think the NFL absolutely is sending a message by selecting Bad Bunny as the halftime Super Bowl act. And I think that message is that they want to appeal to a larger global audience.
Yeah, I don't think the Super Bowl, to be clear, is doing making any type of political statement. It's because Bad Bunny is globally so famous. He is the #1 selling male artist. He is so huge. He is so huge. And guess what? Latinos in the United States make up nearly 20% of the population. They are the nation's largest ethnic minority. So, yeah, I think the choosing of Bad Bunny to perform the Super Bowl halftime show has to do with the fact that despite Donald Trump and Mike Johnson being like, well, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't think they should choose him because nobody knows who he is. Despite them saying that, a lot of people know who Bad Bunny is, and a lot of people are fans of Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny.
Hi, everyone. A few small beers here, the internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing...
Did you know apparently the A Few Small Beers line in One Battle After Another was improvised by Benicio? One of the funniest lines from the film.
Well, it has recently been announced that
It's also the NFL wanting to expand outside the U.S., which they need badly. Yes. Yes. That's why they picked global sensation Bad Bunny.
apparently none other than Mr. Puerto Rico himself, Bad Bunny, is going to be performing at the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, which honestly is pretty cool. And I think a sensible pick. I mean, after all, Bad Bunny is one of the most popular and listened to artists in America right now.
Also, I just have to go back to Christine Holmes saying like, oh, we're going to have a lot of ICE. We're going to have a lot of ICE agents at the Super Bowl. Yet the Super Bowl, famously an event that like everyone can just go to. Everyone can afford to go to. People are just hanging out, casually going to the Super Bowl. It's so stupid.
Full-length LP, commercially and artistically, did very well. And I mean, I don't know, the Super Bowl halftime show is, if nothing, supposed to be a moment of entertainment for the country that presents a show, some musical entertainment that one of the largest TV viewing audiences that we see every year can partake in and enjoy and just see something, you know, likable in. I mean, that's why Super Bowl halftime shows are usually fronted by artists that are quite popular.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll just end up harassing the employees. Yeah, that's what it'll be. They'll be like, oh, well, we got to do something here, so I guess we'll just harass the employees or anybody who we're just profiling.
Quite mainstream, quite accessible. Bad Bunny meets all of that criteria, so him performing at the Super Bowl, why the fuck not? However, we can't all just sit down and appreciate this potentially landmark moment where you have a Puerto Rican artist and an artist who performs and writes music predominantly in Spanish coming on here and doing his thing during the Super Bowl, because everything is a culture war. The announcement that Bad Bunny will be performing at the Super Bowl has caused all of the right-wing morons across the internet to melt the fuck down like complete and utter losers. It's got people coming out of the woodwork to post pictures where he's like dressed in a dress or like, you know, cross-dressing for a music video that he put out years ago. How can this guy be performing at the Super Bowl? Oh my God. Which, like, when you actually think about it, I'm sorry, what? Like, you guys know that Prince performed at the Super Bowl in 2007.
Right, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. These people who were probably also mourning like the death of Ozzy Osbourne, okay, have been fans of rock stars, been fans of people who have been, dressing in the way that when they now see Bad Bunny do it are like, this is a travesty. This is what's wrong with America. Cross-dressing something that has only occurred in recent years.
Right? Can you shut the fuck up? But even if Bad Bunny didn't at one point in his life wear an outfit that the End Wokeness account on Twitter doesn't like, obviously the biggest issue that the right wing and MAGA has right now with Bad Bunny performing is that he's not a white guy, and he's a guy who performs music in Spanish and speaks Spanish. And of course, that's something that is a big deal to you if you're a xenophobic, racist fucking idiot. Now, Bad Bunny has, like, you know, very smartly and, in my opinion, expertly handled some of the blowback from this by either not responding at all and just letting a lot of these idiots make fools of themselves, or recently appearing on SNL where he did like a little monologue addressing the controversy, which I don't really think we can play much of it because we'll get dinged for copyright. But anyway, he essentially came on, did his monologue in English and some Spanish, talked about how big of a cultural moment and touchstone this performance was, how it was significant significant for kind of, highlighting the contributions politically and artistically that the Latino community has provided in America. And funnily, if you didn't understand anything he said, you have 4 months to learn, Spanish before he hits the Super Bowl in February. And a ballsy, brave move, in my opinion, given the current political state of things. Not only because Bad Bunny is...
Do you know what he said? If you didn't understand what I just said, you have 4 months to learn. Marjorie Taylor Greene called his monologue perverse. Oh, it's perverted. And demanded that Congress pass her bill making English the official national language before the game. We have to preserve the sanctity of the halftime show by making sure that English is made the official national language. What can you say? I mean, this kind of stuff must go so hard if you are just the most smooth-brained fuck.
Going to be receiving the brunt of a whole lot of different attacks from these racist fucking morons who, again, just don't like him because they don't see him as American. They don't envision him as American. He doesn't fit into their white English ethno-state vision. So as a result of that, he must be banned. He must be prevented from performing. And it looks like before we've gotten to this point where the Super Bowl is happening, the Trump administration, right-wingers at large, are doing everything they can to either complain and bitch and moan and whine.
They're just trying to shove woke ideology down America's throat in the platform of the Super Bowl. They want us woke, and that's really what it is. Courtesy of Jason.
They want us woke. What do words even mean anymore? Words used to have meaning, y'all. Words used to mean something.
And Obama.
Yeah, I mean, who are we going to have next year? P. Diddy?
And now on top of this, you have Trump.
Why the fuck would we have P. Diddy? You guys are talking about woke, which we know is just a dog whistle. We know, like, basically person of color equals woke. Why? That doesn't even make sense that we would next in this hypothetical, how woke is just shoved in our faces. Why the fuck would P. Diddy perform? Did you just name the first black person you could think of? Is that what it is, Megan? You just named the first black person you could think of. Like, that doesn't even make sense. That P. Diddy would be who woke made us have next. Can they at least pitch someone like Morgan Wallen? Fuck even Jason Aldean. I know. Can you at least show any understanding of pop culture at all? Any understanding of like who's who? No, just Lee Greenwood.
Advisor and human cancer cell Corey Lewandowski threatening that there will be ICE present at the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime performance.
ICE have enforcement at the Super Bowl for the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show?
Benny, there is nowhere that you can provide.
Did you guys see that Benny Johnson, who's this loser on the left, most punchable face in America, that he posted like a weird AI video of himself dressed as Batman punching middle-aged Asian women in the face? Yeah, it was. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know what goes. I don't know how these people's how their brains are. Okay, just real smooth brained, as I said. This shit goes hard. Benny Johnson releases bizarre video featuring him as Batman outside of a Walmart punching Asian women in the face. I don't understand. What was the prompt? Like, I want to look like Batman and punch a middle-aged Asian woman in the face. Why does he look like Captain Underpants here? Or who's the one from SpongeBob? Like, you don't even look cool in this AI video that you made, Mermaid Man. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't even look cool in this weird fantasy, in this weird AI fantasy. You look like Barnacle Boy. You look like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Why? Why in front of a Walmart? I don't know. Why are you punching this Asian woman in the face? I really am. I'm just always perplexed. And then they think it goes so hard. They're like, oh, hell yeah. And it's just strange. It's just so strange.
People who are in this country illegally, not the Super Bowl and nowhere else. We will find you. We will apprehend you. We will put you in a detention facility and we will deport you. You know, look, the NFL has been so woke for so many years.
In echoing Corey's remarks.
Oh, yeah, the NFL. The NFL's so woke. Tell that to Colin Kaepernick. I'm sure he would be shocked to know that the NFL has been so woke for so many years.
You have like right wingers across the internet saying Bad Bunny should be deported and he shouldn't be here and da 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 da. Puerto Rico is an American territory. Bad Bunny does have a right to be here, especially considering like he is not doing anything illegal or wrong. But with this, Corey and the Trump administration is highlighting exactly why Bad Bunny has spoken recently about being
deport him back to an American territory.
Hesitant to perform in America. He has cast off questions about this prior, just kind of saying like it's not necessary. But since then has further specified that one of his greatest fears is that he'll do a show in the U.S. and ICE will show up and start like arresting and rounding up his fans and so on and so forth. And, you know, clearly as somebody who gives a shit about his fan base and is noticing the current state of our politics, he clearly doesn't want that to happen. So Bad Bunny eventually doing this Super Bowl performance, there is going to be a bit of a tightrope walk to perform here, because obviously I'm sure he doesn't want his presence at this performance, at this event, to draw crowds of people that could potentially be deported and detained or abused by ICE.
They're also probably mad about this song too. Nueva York. Even though they don't know Bad Bunny too.
¿Y este frío cuándo se acaba?
This shit is fire. Yeah, you know what? Give me Lee Greenwood instead. Okay, give me that old fart. remember he released the video on the 4th of July, and it caused a tizzy. MAGA was pissed because at the end of the video, you'll see.
Yo estoy en la mía, no tengo adversario, no. Con los yankees los me aguanzato. A correr que otra vez la sacamos al estadio. Cuidado que nadie nos escuche. Cuidado que nadie nos escuche. Cuidado que nadie nos escuche.
I made a mistake. I want to apologize to the immigrants in America. I'm in the United States. I know America is the whole continent. I want to say that this country is nothing without the immigrants. This country is nothing without Mexicans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Colombians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Honduras.
Tú tienes piquete, mami, yo también. Tú estás buena, yo estoy bueno también. Huelo rico y ando con los de 100. Si tú lo quieres, lo tienes que mover. Tú tienes piquete, mami, yo también. Tú estás buena, yo estoy bueno también. Huelo rico y ando con los de 100. Si tú lo quieres, lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover.
Yeah, so can you see why MAGA was pissed when he put this out on the 4th of July? And obviously this song and this video is like just the celebration of Puerto Rican identity, but also just immigrants in the United States. And he has Trump's voice via like 1970s style radio come on and say that he wants to apologize to the immigrants in America. This country is nothing without Mexicans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Colombians, Venezuelans. So yeah, the MAGA crowd has been hating on Bad Bunny. Also, you know what's great about that song? You don't have to speak Spanish to go, oh, this is a bop, right? To want to dance along to it, because that's music. Music is a universal language. But when you're only somebody who listens to fucking Proud to Be an American and is like, oh, Lee Greenwood is where it's at, you have no understanding of how fantastic music, when spoken in other languages that are not English, can be. This is a song where he compares what happened to Hawaii to Puerto Rico. Lo que le pasó a Hawaii. Yeah, I mean, he has like been political in his music, and that's why they're pissed. I mean, MAGA is pissed about who they look at as one of their own, Zach Bryan, who, even though today Zach Bryan came out and was like, I'm not on either side. He's like, I'm not on either radical side, but like clearly there's divisions in this country. He has a song where he's singing, it's anti-ICE, and he talks about like the cops being evil motherfuckers. And he is also being political in his song, but he's of course not as staunch in his personal politics as someone like Bad Bunny is. But even still, MAGA is fucking livid. They're livid, and they're just not making as big of a stink about it because Zach Bryan is still a white country boy. Like, he's still a white country boy, and he's like, no, I'm not on, I'm not on other side here. I just think this country needs to stop being divided. Obviously, this ire over Bad Bunny doing the Super Bowl is driven by just these brain dead racists. You got what Donald Trump said about it? Yeah, Donald Trump said, Donald Trump said, "I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know why they're doing it. It's crazy." And then they blame it on some promoter that they hired to pick up entertainment. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. You know what this is? This is, hey, sir, we need you to comment on the Bad Bunny thing. Also, Bad Bunny, we don't like him. Okay, and Trump's like, who? Yeah, you know, I really base my music taste off of who Donald Trump is aware of. Who Donald Trump is aware of. Donald Trump, who's in his 80s, by the way. Okay, all things considered.
Government agency, which should be abolished, by the way, and as of right now seems to be just filled to the brim with a bunch of anonymous right-wing frickin' idiots who have probably come over from various fringe groups just for the chance to put on a mask and essentially harass brown people. Yeah. So again, it's tough. I'm sure Bad Bunny doesn't want to create a situation where he is attracting people to the Super Bowl who could be hurt or harmed or detained for whatever reason. And look, if you yourself are of, a Latino background and you're considering going, I would be hesitant, honestly, because I mean, if ICE has shown anything, it's that they don't give a fuck if you're legal. They don't give a fuck if you got papers, so on and so forth. Like, that shit has not stopped them from deporting many an American. Like, they are very much acting outside of the legal boundaries of our laws right now, and they don't care. And they are not being held to account. So again, I'm sure Bad Bunny doesn't want to create a situation, but simultaneously, I sort of see the intent and I see the desire that he has to still do this performance and at least signify on some level that the presence and the influence of Latino culture and the Latino community, despite all of these threats, despite all of this racism and xenophobia and authoritarianism.
I love to see Trump's Spotify playlist. I will tell you what's on Trump's Spotify playlist. It is YMCA and it is Phantom of the Opera and Cats. Also, Spotify playlists, like, I don't think Donald Trump is using Spotify, but just, the idea that if Donald Trump had a playlist, then that's what would be on it.
Is not going anywhere. It cannot be stamped out. So again, everything has unfortunately become a culture war, to the point where even something as silly and as general and as widely broadcast as a Super Bowl performance is becoming a vector for these greater conversations that we're having right now when it comes to being able to live in harmony with those who may not be exactly like us, which is something that personally I think is doable and very much preferable to the violence and hate and bigotry one would need to embrace in order to enforce the existence of a white ethno-state or a theocracy of some sort. It's total psychos who want to shove that down everyone's throats versus everybody else who just wants to chill and exist and doesn't really care if there are people around them who have different cultural backgrounds or languages or sexual orientations, outlooks on life, so on and so forth. So I wish Bad Bunny all the luck in the world with doing this performance. I hope it goes off without a hitch. I will talk about it more, obviously, if it becomes a bigger issue. And I would just like to remind everybody who is watching this video, as intense and as dark and as scary as a lot of this stuff is right now, there are more of us than there are of them. I mean, across all music streaming platforms, Bad Bunny has more monthly listeners than Donald Trump.
Do you think that the racist haters are the majority here? No. Like I said, the reason that the NFL is betting on someone like Bad Bunny, why they have asked are having Bad Bunny do the halftime show, is because Bad Bunny's audience is young. They are global. He obviously has a heavily Latino fan base, and that is a demographic that the NFL needs to bring in because the NFL viewership is aging. The median NFL viewer a couple years ago was 50 years old. So they understand they need to reach the younger generations. They need to have the NFL's, I mean, they've already been like working on bringing the NFL more globally. So this is absolutely trying to expand outside the United States and then also tap into this viewer, this fan base here. It's like, yeah. So even though you have, even though you have like the president of the United States going, ooh, Bad Bunny, who?
Rabbit or whatever.
Who's Bad Bunny?
Guy who hates ice.
It is absolutely still the minority of people who are like, oh, boy, this is the worst thing to ever happen.
He doesn't like you. He accuses everything he doesn't like of racism. Do you think maybe we should just kind of entertain blowing off the NFL like a boycott or something along those lines? This guy does not seem like a unifying entertainer, and a lot of folks don't even know who he is.
I never heard of him. I don't know who he is. I don't know why they're doing it. It's
you know what? Fucking do it, please. Boycott the NFL,
like
please.
Crazy. And then they blame it on some promoter that they hired to pick up entertainment. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And while we're at it, I'd like them to change the kickoff rule, which looks ridiculous, where the ball is kicked and the ball is floating in the air and everyone's standing there watching it. It's ridiculous. It's not any safer than the regular kickoff. I think it's
what? Wait, what? I thought this was just going to be about Bad Bunny. Now he's got some other he's got some other thoughts on how the NFL gameplay goes. He changed the rules for safety and he thinks it looks stupid. I like that. Do you know what's funny? The part on Bad Bunny, it sounds like, okay, yeah, just got to say this, this is just part of the script. But really what he wants to talk about are the kickoff rules.
So terrible. I think it really demeans football, to be honest with you. It's a great game, but it demeans football. Do you know what I mean by that? The kick.
And this guy is like, wait, what are we talking about now? Hold on. Can we go back to Bad Bunny and how white people are being replaced? Wait, I thought that's what we were talking about.
Kickoff rule, the new kickoff rule. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God. One thing about Donald Trump is that he will go off script. Okay. He will just like hit people with the most random shit. And they're like, oh, okay. Totally, sir. Yeah. He'll do a little freestyle in there. He'll be like, yes, I agree with you. This is ridiculous, outrageous. I can't believe it. But how about this other thing? Sir, we're supposed to be racially antagonizing your audience. Sir, we're supposed to be just like focused on the racism here. We're supposed to be just, sir, hold on a second. Also, yeah, funny to show him at the Met Gala. Trump tried to create the XFL to run as a counter to the NFL, but it collapsed. He's like, look, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I've got a lot of notes for how we should run football. Okay. All right. This other thing, sure. Yeah, can't believe it. But here's the thing that I really want to talk about. Oh, man. That is classic.
Trump has voters. So again, as big and as scary and as freaky as all of this sounds right now, they will always continue to be the minority, even if they are at the reins of power, which they will not always be as long as there are people with good common sense in their heads to stand in their way. And I'm going to leave it there. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, Bad Bunny, forever.
So
hi everyone.
Do these people know that the NFL my head. The NFL is kind of funny though. Do they know that the NFL has expanded internationally into like Mexico City, places like Mexico City, and they're eyeing Madrid, they're eyeing Sao Paulo. So they No, they don't give a fuck. No, they don't care. This is because all that other stuff, that's just noise, right? That's not relevant. No, we're not gonna talk about any of that. No, it's because they got to keep it simple, right? That's the thing. This is how MAGA's playbook works. The racist MAGA playbook works in that you have to keep it very, very simple. And the message with all these people, it's just, simple script. And you're supposed to stay on script, which is, I can't believe that Bad Bunny is doing what a slap in the face. We are being replaced. Just racism, racism, racism. Keep the message simple. Keep it simple, okay? Bad Bunny hates America. They should not have, no songs in English should not be sung at the biggest sporting events. No songs in English should not be sung.
Lately, the global superstar and Grammy Award-winning singer known as Bad Bunny has been getting hotter and hotter. Last night, he hosted the season premiere of Saturday Night Live, and next year, he'll headline the Super Bowl halftime show. His celebrity reaches beyond the music industry, spanning generations and encompassing politics, Caribbean culture, and Puerto Rican and Latin pride.
Hotter and hotter.
Bad Bunny makes music on his own terms. His latest album, Debí tirar más fotos, or in English, I Should Have Taken More Photos, has propelled him to new heights. He followed it up with a 3-month residency in San Juan that drew hundreds of thousands of fans and hundreds of millions of dollars to his native Puerto Rico.
Yeah, he infused $700 million into the Puerto Rican economy. That's how massive he is.
Fans appreciate how he celebrates his roots.
Su originalidad. He is very original. He hasn't lost his essence. He keeps on leaving an impression on us with each new record. What he has done on this occasion was truly spectacular for us and also tourism overall, the economy.
He is bringing our culture to the world. He is putting Puerto Rico in the spotlight in front of the world, and that fills us with pride.
His latest album blends familiar styles with hip-hop influences, providing an entryway for listeners less familiar with salsa and Afro-Caribbean beats. It appeals to the broader Latino community. Bad Bunny is one of the most streamed artists in the world and has 77 million monthly listeners on the streaming service Spotify. He ended his residency with a live stream on Amazon Music that was the most watched single artist performance in the streaming service's history. Now he's getting ready for next month's kickoff of his world tour. For that tour,
have I picked up any Spanish from living in LA? Hola. Gracias. Yeah, and so you cannot talk about music culture without talking about Bad Bunny because he is at the top. And because he sings in Spanish, that's what's pissing these racists off, because he is singing in Spanish. He is as famous as he is, because as much as they try to say like, who's Bad Bunny? They know how famous Bad Bunny is. Well, I'm not saying that like 80-year-old Donald Trump, because he listens to, the Andrew Lloyd Webber show tunes, but other people who are trying to pretend that they don't know Bad Bunny, it's like, sure, okay. But he's singing in Spanish, and also he is not afraid to get political. And so because like it's very symbolic, right? It's very symbolic when you look at who's being targeted here in the United States, how speaking Spanish, how, being just your identity at whatsoever belonging to Mexico, Latin America, etc., makes you a target by this administration. And so Bad Bunny, who is just by his, by his existence and by his domination, is a provocation to the the white supremacist push in the United States, the like anti-immigrant sentiment here. And it's like, well, look at who the rest of the globe loves. I mean, even here in America, lots of Bad Bunny fans. But it's like, it just makes it just makes these people, these anti-immigrant racists, it just makes them look very silly, very irrelevant. They love Bad Bunny in Japan too. They do.
2.6 million tickets have already been sold.
Hold on a second. Oh, you know what? You know what? Let's go. 7% of the world is white and 60% of the world is Asian. You just hate white people. Say it and own it. Timeless Almanac. Do you know that I'm white? It's so true, though. You clocked my shit. I hate white people. I hate my mom who's white. I hate my family members who are white. You clocked my shit. Also, what does this have to do with Bad Bunny? What are you pulling out these stats? You pulling out these little stats. Do you have a problem with the fact that 60% of the world is Asian? Maybe you hate Asians. Maybe you hate anybody who's not white. Food for thought. I don't understand your post. You love this type of capitalism, don't you? Admiring it? Are you an anti-capitalist? Are you a racist anti-capitalist? I'm trying to figure out what your identity is here. By definition, you can't be racist as a minority. Oh, poor white people. Oh, should we talk about white replacement? Is that what you want to talk about? You want to talk about white people being replaced? Is that what has you feeling upset here? That you're a white person and you feel like you're getting replaced. That's what's happening. I know it's very difficult because white culture is something that you wish to preserve. Not quite sure what it is, but you know that you have to preserve white culture and that white people are getting replaced. So I understand that this is a devastating time for you because somebody like Bad Bunny being a global sensation is a threat to your white culture. That's what's happening. I know. I'm sorry, Lee Greenwood. I'm sorry Lee Greenwood is not performing at the Super Bowl. You don't have to watch. You don't have to watch the Super Bowl. Brazilians bought 7 million slaves in the trend. Okay, now you're just... Are you trying to do the United States bought less slaves than other nations? What's me trying to make sense of your trains of thought when I also already have a migraine. Maybe that will undo it. Maybe my headache will go away. It will free itself of trying to understand whatever the hell is happening in your brain. Your whole life must just be one giant headache for everybody around you. Slavery still exists in Africa today. The white man was just the first to free the slaves from Democrats. Oh my God, you're so right. You know what? White people are treated unfairly because the truth is that white people were the ones who freed the slaves. So they don't get, it's not fair. It's not fair that when we talk about slavery in this country, we talk about, white slave owners. Ugh. That's not fair because really it was white people who freed the slaves. And why aren't we talking about that? Why? Yeah. Do you want to talk about the British Empire by chance? Should we talk about white colonization globally? Should we talk about Europeans colonizing, or are those not white people to you? Anyway.
Albert Sergio Laguna is a professor of ethnicity, race and migration, and American studies at Yale, where he teaches a course called Bad Bunny, Musical Aesthetics and Politics. Mr. Laguna.
Imagine taking a course in college called Bad Bunny. Like, sign me up, honestly. If they had these types of courses when I was in school, I would have signed up for that shit so fast. I would have been like, give me the Bad Bunny class.
What is it about Bad Bunny that makes him such a phenomenon, crossing over generational lines? Is it the music? Is it his persona? Is it a mix of the two?
I'd say it's a mix of the two, but I can speak directly to this.
Zach is not sending his best. Oh, I see. Timeless Almanac. I think you got lost. Is Asmongold not streaming right now? How did you end up here? Is Zach Rar not live? I see that you're a chatter in there. I think you may have you may have gotten lost along the way. You went in the totally opposite direction. Oops.
Last album. You know, if you look at my inbox, John, I'm receiving emails from students in high school who are writing reports on Bad Bunny. And I'm also receiving emails from folks in their 70s and 80s who want to audit my class as well. And I think what he's been able to do is combine Puerto Rican rhythms from throughout the history of Puerto Rican popular music. So you have like reggaeton that speaks to 21st century interests and that generation, but you also have salsa from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. You also have him pulling from traditional Puerto Rican rhythms like the African percussion of bomba music, plena music, música jíbara, earlier Puerto Rican musical forms, and he's combining them on this album to imagine new rhythms and new possibilities.
He's pulling on all these traditions, but he's also tapping into what's going on now. He's worried about ICE raids. How else is he sort of tapping into the popular culture, to the current culture?
That particular decision was prescient on his part in the sense to the Supreme Court ruling that's basically making racial profiling legal. ICE agents stopping people on the basis of race, perceived race, ethnicity, language. And he speaks to that directly in his lyrics, talking about the issues related to migration, people feeling like they need to leave Puerto Rico in order to have success. He's speaking into relation to gentrification in Puerto Rico and the question of tourism and what's ethical and non-ethical tourism. So he very much has his finger on the pulse of issues that are affecting the lives of Puerto Ricans on the island, but also people in Latin America specifically can listen to these lyrics and say these kinds of things are also relevant to our experiences in our own backyards.
To that point about the difficulties Puerto Rico has been facing, what does it mean to the island? What does it mean to the residents that he chose to do this 3-month residency in Puerto Rico, not anywhere else?
It's a powerful political statement. The title of the residency is No me quiero ir de aquí. I don't want to leave here. In the history of Puerto Rico and a lot of places in the Caribbean and Latin America, the narrative has long been, if you want to have success, you have to leave. So for him to say, I'm going to start off this tour for this massively popular album in Puerto Rico, I don't want to leave. It's part of the broader message of the album and the marketing around the album, which is how can we imagine a Puerto Rico for Puerto Ricans, a place where people don't have to leave to live and to thrive.
In a lot of his music, Bad Bunny talks about some of the problems facing Puerto Rico. He talks about over-tourism and the effect on the environment. He talks about the bad economy there. Is it somehow ironic?
Yeah, honestly, I think one thing that has been such an asset to Bad Bunny is just how I know I'm going to sound silly, but he's just very real. Like he has not just not just how authentic he comes across in his music, but like people love how he is online. Online, he's very goofy. You know, he's young, he's hip with it. you know, he's got the memes. He just embraces all of it. So I think his identity as this global sensation, it's really formed around just this fun authenticity that he has. He's with the times, muy authentico. Yeah, he's really playful and he's spirited, and I think people just really love him, especially at a time when like not a lot of his fellow global pop stars, right, the other big names up there, are saying anything. They're in fact staying quiet, right? And so Bad Bunny is somebody who it's like, oh, you can love his music and you can also love what he's saying as well. Yeah, like you can do all of it, you know? You can be someone who's online, you can be this major global star, you can have great music, and then you can also speak the truth. So I think that's a reason why he's just grown. He's just grown to the success that he is. He's also become a bridge for American and Latin culture, performing Chavo El Ocho on SNL was so groundbreaking for the Latin community. And he became a pop star. He became famous outside of the United States first. Please tell me you have Fandy's birth on the second monitor. I don't. I really don't. If you're watching it, I hope you're enjoying it. But I'm sure I'll send her a message later and say congratulations. But no, on my second monitor, I do not have that. And a lot of people tonight have been mentioning Fandy's live birth on stream. And let me just state for the record, I am not watching it. Okay.
That he would be critiquing over tourism while drawing
I'm
hundreds
not doing
of thousands
birth
of people
reacts
to Puerto Rico for his concerts?
A song on the album called Turista is specifically speaking to the dangers of tourism in the sense of people not respecting where they're visiting, but also materially on the economics of the island. Tourism isn't going anywhere. It's an important part of the Puerto Rican economy. I think he's walking that line of offering a critique, but also understanding that this is part of the livelihood of many Puerto Ricans. Ideally, this is a model for maybe thinking through a more ethical kind of tourism.
A lot of Spanish-speaking singers who want to build an audience in the United States sing in English. But Bad Bunny will not do that. He insists on singing in Spanish. How significant is that?
I think
also, I never want to watch anybody giving birth, whether it's on TV or on a live stream. That's not something that I like to see. Sometimes I'll, like, if I want to remind myself, like, oh, maybe you don't want children, yeah, then watch somebody giving birth.
What's interesting here is so many artists, many from Latin America, will become extremely popular in their local context. And as they get bigger internationally, you know, sometimes the music gets a little watered down, right, to kind of appeal to a broader global audience. He's done the exact opposite. The album is the most Puerto Rican album he's ever put out in terms of like rhythms and musical influences. Caribbean music has shaped global musical tastes since the 19th century, English and Spanish. So it's important also to put Bad Bunny in that larger, broader, longer context.
Albert Sergio Laguna of Yale University, thank you very much.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Bad Bunny's 2022 album Un Verano Sin Ti became the first Spanish language work to be nominated for Album of the Year at the Grammys. I mean, he is moving and shaking. He has so much motion. He has so much motion and is only none of this noise is none of any of this noise is slowing that down. All right, cool. So that is it's the Bad Bunny situation. Okay. Oh, did you guys see this? Israel wants to hire Chris Pratt and Steph Curry. Okay. The Jewish state is seeking to target Christian evangelical churches for support using celebrities and an anti-Palestinian message in a new $3.2 million effort. Okay, here's my question. Chris Pratt, I understand. Has Steph Curry like said anything pro-Israel? Is there any indication that Steph Curry would be down to be a paid propagandist for Israel, or is this just wishful? Is this just like, okay, who's your dream propagandist? Oh, we'd love to have Steph Curry. A newly created firm called Show Faith by Works is carrying out a $3.2 million outreach and digital targeting campaign to Christian churches in the Western United States on behalf of the Israeli government. The firm's goal, as described in its filing under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, is to increase positive associations with the nation of Israel, while linking the Palestinian population with extremist factors. Because remember, y'all, Israel, Palestine, it's as simple as that. Israel, Palestine, no. Good guys, Israel, bad guys, Palestine. Show Faith by Works will carry out the campaign through December for its work, which includes targeting churchgoers with pro-Israel ads, geofencing major churches, hiring celebrity spokespeople, and visiting churches and colleges with a mobile trailer called the 10-7 Experience. I understand that Israel and Israel defenders will never stop talking about 10-7. And they want to make the entirety of the last 2 years of genocide today. Today is the anniversary of 10-7. And they just always need it to be about Hamas and 10-7, and not to mention what Israel did. We're not going to mention the Hannibal Directive, or, you know, how many people Israel killed because they refused to allow any investigations. And so we don't know. It could be hundreds. Who knows? We're just going to say Hamas 10-7. All right. I get that, like, that's a big part of the propaganda, but I'm so obviously so fucking exhausted by it. I am so tired of can I just say something? It's 2 years of genocide. Genocide is still happening. If you are putting out a statement today, you don't need to start off by going, well, Hamas on 10-7. You can say what we've been needing to say every day, which is, hey, a genocide is happening. We need to stop this genocide. We need to free Palestine. That's it. It's as simple as that. Because anything else is actually then deprioritizing an end to the genocide. It's not making the pressing issue here about genocide. And also it continues to justify. It's genocidal justification. That's what it is. Joe Scarborough's still running the babies in the ovens line. Yeah. Yep. That's Western media. Okay, so anyway, we have Faith by Works. In one slide of the proposed plan, the firm listed a number of potential Christian celebrity spokespeople for Israel, including actors Jon Voight and Chris Pratt, former NFL player Tim Tebow, NBA player Steph Curry, and a number of megachurch pastors. According to the document, the athletes and celebrities would be expected to deliver pro-Israel messaging. Also, I have to say, of like the whole group here, Steph Curry makes the least sense. I don't understand. This really just feels like who's your dream guest? Oh, Steph Curry. Who's your dream propagandist? Steph Curry. Are they just trying to go for people who are outspoken Christians and be like, hey, you're a Christian. You go to church. You would probably love to do this. In response to a question about whether Jon Voight had been offered to work as a spokesperson for Israel, Siri Garber, a public relations executive who represents the actor, explained in an email that she was unaware of any offer. Not that I know of, but it's about time they start trying to combat the pro-Pally propaganda machine. They should choose some who are appealing to the Gen Alphas and Millennials, as that is where all the misinformation lies, wrote Garber in an email. In response to a follow-up question about whether Voight would consider such a request, Garber responded, "No idea." Chad Schnicker, who is leading the contract for Show Faith by Works, told RS in an email that as of now, none of the celebrities mentioned in slide deck had been contacted. I'm just imagining this really poorly made PowerPoint, and it's like, next up, and it's just a picture of Steph Curry's face. They're like, Steph Curry, we would love to get Steph Curry on board. Next, it's just Jon Voight. Jon Voight looking like he's on death's door. Be like, we would also love to get Jon Voight. Jon Voight is someone who we think could really appeal to Gen Z and get them back on board with Israel. We're very proud of the way the project has grown since these early planning sessions, and we're eager to show it to the world once we get more details and materials in place. Schnicker's firm also proposed a 10/7 experience mobile trailer that would tour Christian colleges, churches, and events highlighting the atrocities of October 7th, 2023. The trailer will feature a wall-length mounted TV with updated information, pro-Israel media, and footage of the IDF explaining the difficulty of fighting bad guys in hostile territory with civilians. Show Faith by Works' goal is to reach some 3.8 million churchgoers. Of those, the firm estimates getting around 5 to 10% to agree to our programs or attend our events or sign a pledge card. As part of this outreach, Show Faith by Works will be launching targeted pro-Israel ads to churchgoers. It's just that sentence is it's so diabolical. Like, yeah, let's target churchgoers with, hey, Jesus would want you to support this. In what promised to be the largest geofencing and targeted Christian digital campaign ever. Geofencing uses location-based marketing to send notifications and advertisements. For instance, users that have enabled location services on their phone may see an AT&T ad if they are walking near an AT&T store. All of this is part of a campaign to combat low American evangelic Christian approval of the nation of Israel and counter new and evolving pro-Palestinian messaging as the global narrative shifts. They're like, okay, we got to make sure that we have all the Christians, even though 72% of white evangelical Protestants have a favorable opinion of Israel. Some polling has suggested that younger evangelicals have shifted more dramatically, including a Barna Group poll from 2021, 2 years before October 7th, which found that support for Israel among Christian evangelicals aged 18 to 29 had dropped from 75% to 34%. That's a pretty big drop. The firm's work is being overseen by Aaron Shayovich, chief of staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel, who is spearheading Project 545, a campaign to amplify Israel's strategic communication and public diplomacy efforts. Is Deborah Messing not cutting it? Oh, they don't need to pay Deborah Messing. Deborah Messing is the most jobless person ever. She posts constantly on Instagram. She is constantly crashing out. She does that for free. They don't need to pay her. Also, if you have not seen Matt Bernstein's latest podcast episode on Deborah Messing, I highly recommend. They go deep. They get into it. The FARA contract revealed that Show Faith by Works will also be coordinating its work with an Israeli consulate. While it does not specify which Israeli consulate it's working with, the firm is conducting this outreach in California, Nevada, Arizona, and Colorado, all states that are covered by the Israeli consulate of Los Angeles. The firm's talking points include two sets of messages, one labeled pro-Israel and the other labeled anti-Palestinian state. The bulleted talking points include messaging on how Palestinian and Iranian goals are not land-focused but genocidal, and how Palestinians elect Hamas's leadership. Show Faith by Works pitch deck also offered to sponsor pro-Israel messages on Christian social media influencers, followed by young Christians. As part of, so just, the reason I'm talking about this is, one, just to show another example of how Israel's PR is in the fucking gutter, and that they're trying to roll out all these new initiatives and plans and get celebrities and influencers under their wings so that they can try and shift back the public who has shifted away from them. So they're scrambling because they understand that globally they have become a pariah state. And in the United States of America, which they need to, of all the countries, of every single place out there, they need most of all the support of America. And of course they have it. They have our political and financial support from our government, but they want to ensure the American public's support. Why the focus on Israel and Gaza? I don't know. Maybe because I live in the United States, and here in the United States, our political and media class have pledged allegiance to the United States of Israel. And because my government is funding this, and my government is the reason that this genocide is occurring still, because if they were to turn off the financial faucet, if they were to pick up the fucking phone and say, hey, cut it out, or else we're cutting you off, then Israel cannot keep doing what they're doing. Here they come. Oh, here they come. Oh, well, why do you only talk about Palestine? Why does Palestine, why do you care so much? Do you understand what an absurd line of reasoning that is? It's not reasonable, but for you to think that is an actual legitimate line of reasoning, to be like, oh, there's all these other things happening. Why is it always about Israel and Gaza? Especially to say that on 10/7 when we are 2 years in. This is the anniversary. Sorry, this is a you problem. This is a you problem. You problem being the problem being that you don't care. That you don't care, or you don't care enough. Okay. Yeah, so this is happening here, and so if you start to see an influx of, not that I think, I mean, I don't know how many like Christian influencers pop up on your timeline, and Christian influencers who wouldn't have already been pro-Israel, but if you start seeing more stuff on TikTok or on other social media platforms, like it's all, yeah, I mean, this is all inorganic, astroturfed, influencers just being paid, AI programs running on these platforms. I have a feeling that tonight's dumb drama is bringing more idiots than usual to certain chats. What's the dumb drama? What is the dumb drama? I don't know. $7,000 per post. No, don't touch it. Okay, forget I asked. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care whatever the fuck drama is happening. Please, I don't. Because it's probably not even worth. It's not even worth mentioning it. Oh, wow. It's fuck Hassan shit. Oh, my God. What? Today is Tuesday. Wow. And today is Tuesday. My God. All right. I'm going to turn the... It's Tuesday, boys. And the sky is blue. Fork found in kitchen. Okay. I thought for a second the drama was maybe reference to like Fandy's baby name. I was like, oh, well, I have the solution. I have the answer. And her name is Taylor Humphrey. She charges only $30,000. Only $30,000, but she will craft the perfect identity for your baby. Yeah, crumpets. That's so true. So real and so true, and definitely not a copy pasta. Okay, so before we watch this video with Denise, is it Denise Gough or Denise Guff? It's G-O-U. It's G-O-U-G-H. She's Irish. Gough. Denise Gough. Okay, she's an Irish queen. And she and Mehdi Hassan sat down and had a conversation about Andor and about how Israel, just the parallels between Andor and Israel and Palestine. And she says, Israel is gaslighting us, which is true. I thought that was Claire Foy. Claire Foy is British. How dare you? How dare you?
Star Wars has always had political commentary. Even George
Absolutely.
Lucas, he said the rebels are basically the Viet Cong. Vietnam War was happening.
Exactly.
Which
I do love Claire Foy too.
Darth Vader, the United States.
Tony Gilroy saw
Yes.
me in a play.
He's the producer, writer,
Yes.
brains behind Andor.
Yes, and he thought she'd make a great fascist.
This is how fascism happens. It doesn't happen
Yeah.
overnight. We don't wake up
Yeah.
one day and there's a dictator.
It's
right?
the banality of evil. That's the thing. It happens around essentially a water cooler. I mean, I've turned full conspiracy theorist about the whole thing. Would we accept getting electricity for 4 hours a day that is decided by the occupation? The world has distracted us in a really extraordinary way from what's happening over there.
You went to the West Bank recently, the occupied West Bank. What was the goal of the trip?
You know, I want to advocate the best way I can. I don't want to be a pontificating actor. The amount of people we spoke to, the stories I heard, if anyone touches the fence that surrounds their tiny plot of land that they now have, the IDF come. The fucking doors of the houses welded shut, and the Palestinians have cages on their windows because they're under constant attack. We have a responsibility, and not just for them, for us. We are losing our humanity, and our governments are doing nothing.
You know what's interesting is here's a person who is in a series that absolutely can draw real world political parallels, and she herself plays a fascist, right? She plays an imperial officer, and she's evil. But rather than like having this dissonance that we have seen other actors or creators have around works that are, you know, works that the messages to be found in that work is relevant to the messages, you know, in the real world of anti-imperialism, anti-genocide, anti-military occupation, that she understands those like she sees them clearly. She's not like she's not like, oh yeah, I played this fascist character in a show that deals with a, you know, civilian population being militarily occupied, you know, the resistance, etc. She makes the connections.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Denise Gough.
And we are not kidding. The Zateo podcast where I get to talk to entertaining people about serious things and entertaining things, I hope. Denise, welcome.
Thank you very much.
So good to have you on the show. We're here in London. I love talking to people in London. It's my city. Do you consider London to be your city?
Yeah, for sure. I've been here 30 years, so it's, yeah.
As every racist likes to ask, where are you really from?
I'm Irish. I'm from the west of Ireland.
Okay.
Well, I was born in the east of Ireland and then moved to the west of Ireland, but yeah, I'm definitely...
But you're loving London.
Yeah, I do. I do.
I'm so glad I was able to be here to speak to you in person. Always better to talk to people in person. I am also a fanboy of Star Wars.
You're a middle-aged man.
And
Eddie.
Andor,
It's
yeah.
my demographic.
I think we're similar in age. I think I Wikipedia'd before I came here to check age. Always check the age. Are they older or younger than me?
But my fans are usually, it's never women of my age. It is men of my age.
Well, on that note, I mean, Star Wars does have a female demographic.
Yeah, but
did you watch Star Wars before you got the big role in Andor?
No, I watched.
You never watched Star Wars?
No.
Nothing. Not a movie, not a TV show. And then you get cast as Dedra Meero, the villain in Andor.
I watched the first film.
I feel like it's also, though, the perception of who dominates a fan base based on just who's the loudest about it, you know? And I think with certain properties, and same with video games, it's like women have been told, no. You don't get to be a part of this. This is not yours. You simply couldn't understand. And so I don't really know how the Star Wars fan base breaks down. Women have always loved fantasy, sci-fi, video games, etc. But I think it's a matter of like who gets to actually participate and who gets to participate and be explicitly a part of these fandoms. Video games are for men, but also we need more women interested. Please play with us.
Recently with my nephew.
Come on.
No, I hadn't.
So even after you joined the Andor cast,
I watched Rogue One after that.
Okay, because Rogue One.
Yeah, because I was like, that's what it's leading up to.
That's what it's leading up to. Okay.
But Tony Gilroy, who wrote
So you were
it,
like,
was
who's
happy.
this guy in the black cape and the mark? What's he got to do with all this?
No, I knew. I mean, I grew up with 5 brothers, so it was in the house. It was just wasn't my thing.
Because
she's a video game voice actress.
Middle-aged. I'm good with being middle-aged, by the
way.
way.
With it, but I'm very great. Because we grew up in the 80s. Those of you in the US watching, all you had on British television on like Christmas Day and any holiday was Star Wars back to back, and Bond.
Yes, but
Bond
I'm
movies and Star Wars.
Irish.
Okay.
And I had 2 channels in Ireland. So we watched Superman, and Batman was the biggest thing for
Bond
me.
movies? Not Bond?
The what? Bond? Yeah, but I never watched Bond movies. No,
which means you're about to be cast in one.
Yeah.
Based on previous.
Great.
Based on previous.
I doubt it somehow.
So hold on. So Star Wars makes the call. I don't understand. So what? You went for it. They recruited you. How do you end up on a show?
Tony Gilroy saw me in a play.
He's the producer, writer, brains behind Andor.
Yes, he saw many of us in the show in the theater because he watches.
Okay, for Witcher 3 fans, she voices Yennefer. I have not played Witcher 3, but for Witcher 3 fans, she voices Yennefer.
He goes to see a lot of theater, and he saw me in a play where I played a drug addict who had to get clean and sober, and he thought she'd make a great fascist, obviously. And so we met, and to my shame, I also didn't really know Tony Gilroy, and I had just done a pilot for a Game of Thrones show that wasn't picked up, and I was like, oh, I'm not meant to do franchise TV. I'm a theater actress, so I was planning to do a play, and then I met Tony Gilroy, and he was telling me a lot about the show, and when he left, I said to the casting director, I don't understand, like, I should tell him what I'm able to do. And she said, no, he wants you to do it. And I had never, ever in my career been pitched to, ever.
And it being the character of Dedra Meero, who is part of this ISB, Imperial Security Bureau. It's like the intelligence, the service of the Empire. It is one of the most compelling fascists I have ever seen on screen.
Thank you very much.
You make a great fascist. That's
Thanks.
the kind of.
It's my calling.
That's your calling. Well, look, it's a good time to be playing fascist. I do want to talk about art mirroring reality in a moment, but just on the show itself, you do play a wonderful fascist, and I think we can play a clip from the show from season 2. Spoiler alert: if you haven't finished season 2 of Andor, what the fuck are you waiting for? But in the meantime, this might spoil some of it, but it's a very good scene.
And here you were.
Should I skip this? That's me. I know. Okay.
She's just so pretty.
She's so pretty, but also so evil.
Yeah.
What is it like watching yourself play a fascist? We're just watching that clip together.
You know, I watch everything I do, and I read everything. I'm not somebody who's precious about that sort of thing. But watching Andor was amazing to watch something that you're in that's so good.
It is so good.
Because they don't come around like that.
Did you have to do research to get into the role? Did you research baddies from history? Or does it come naturally
it comes naturally to me, funny enough. No, as a child, I was completely obsessed with wars, and I was obsessed with the Holocaust. And when other kids were writing to pen pals, I was writing letters to Saddam Hussein to see if he would meet me.
Why?
Yeah, around the Gulf War. I was obsessed. I found out that Shannon Airport in Ireland was used as an arms base, and it blew my tiny mind. I was not.
That's crazy. I know what she's saying. I know what she's saying, but still.
9 or 10, and I remember thinking, but that means we're not a neutral country. How are we a neutral country?
Wow, so you wanted to go meet Saddam, like end the war through diplomacy.
I mean, what was I thinking?
Tony Benn style.
Yeah. So playing someone like that, maybe I just. Yeah, I find those people fascinating.
There's
weird that I wasn't trying to meet Bush. You know what I mean?
Yeah. More spoilers, just for people watching at home. Your character ends the show in prison on some moon. And she's alive. She's not dead.
I mean, when I was in high school, I wrote in my AP English class, I did a persuasive, we were on like the section of learning persuasive essays. I wrote one on ending the use of torture. I think it was about, I wrote one about the death penalty, and then ending the use of torture. And I was so convinced, that it was compelling enough to send to Barack Obama. So I mailed it to the White House. I don't think that it was read.
Tony Gilroy was recently asked by some folks in an interview whether he'd consider a spin-off show for you where you come and help the good guys like a Hannibal Lecter figure.
He loves Dedra Miro.
Could we see Dedra come back?
I don't know. I mean, I would, if Tony wrote that, I would be there in a shot. I'll go to any disco with Tony. But it was really satisfying that she ended up in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just
really
blown
good.
away.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Dan Gilroy, who wrote the episode Welcome to the Rebellion, just won an Emmy.
Yeah.
Just last week, wins an Emmy. It's the first Star Wars TV show to ever win an Emmy. Like, Andor is proper TV. Not that the other shows aren't good. I love all the shows. I love Mandalorian.
Okay.
Have you seen The Mandalorian?
No.
You must watch The Mandalorian. It's very good. Pedro Pascal. It's the only show that matches Andor, I think, in that Star Wars TV universe. But Andor is so good.
Grogu. Grogu. During COVID was when Mandalorian was, and I watched Mandalorian. And I tried to test out renaming Farley to Grogu. Also, she does not care. She's like, I don't know. I don't watch Mandalorian. But I really wanted Farley to have his name also be Grogu.
But it wins an Emmy, and it wins an Emmy for the episode Welcome to the Rebellion.
Like, Grogu!
And it's kind of chilling that it wins an Emmy right now, because that episode is so resonant with what is happening right now. I think we can play a clip of Senator Mon Mothma speaking at the Imperial Senate after the Gorman massacre in that episode.
When truth leaves us.
You have a good heart. I was a lived-up high schooler.
When it is ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest. This chamber's hold on the truth was finally lost on the Gorman Plaza. What took place yesterday, what happened yesterday on Gorman was unprovoked genocide.
First of all, brilliant actress. Brilliant acting. She's just so good. Genevieve.
I've known Genevieve for so long on stage. I was so happy what Dan said. I
think one thing too, Okay, James Gunn should have learned from Tony Gilroy because, Star Wars has always been political. George Lucas specifically said that the original film was based on the Viet Cong standing against the American imperialists. That's what he modeled it off of. So just a lot of politics throughout Star Wars. But Tony Gilroy said that, or he's never admitted to drawing from any specific contemporary conflicts. Like he has not said, oh yeah, Israel and Palestine is, something that I drew from for Andor. But he did say, like in an interview, he referred to the Russian Revolution, Haitian Revolution, ANC, Palestine as the cyclical history that informs the oppression and colonization that is thematically shown in the show. But see how Tony Gilroy was like not making sure that anybody who was drawing those parallels to Israel and Palestine, including cast members, people who are in the show. Notice how he wasn't like, no. Hello. No, I did not. I did not specifically write this about, because that's the thing about art is that people are going to draw the parallels that they draw. They are going to, especially with something that is political, which Star Wars has always been political. And as the creator, you should not get in the way of that. You should not get in the way of people's analysis and interpretation. And with something like fantasy, which Star Wars is, drawing those comparisons to the real world.
Has done the work that everyone's doing, but Genevieve is a real, she's amazing.
But that speech is so chilling because it could be delivered by a real life US senator right now.
He didn't deny it. No, he did. He says he specifically was like, I didn't write Superman to be a stand-in for Israel and Palestine. And he emphasized that he wrote the script before October 7th, which is fine. Totally fine to be like, no, I wrote the script beforehand. But he came into the comments of somebody's post to specifically be like, I don't know where people are getting this from. That's what the issue was, that he's like, I don't understand where people are getting this from. I did not write this to be for Israel and Palestine. Like he just didn't need to comment on it. He could have just been like, oh, I actually wrote this before October 7th, but he could have done the Tony Gilroy thing, which is to not admit to drawing or not drawing from specific contemporary conflicts and just allowing people to draw their comparisons and apply it to what they see happening in the real world. Right?
European or British parliamentarian. Yeah. And I wonder, was the political commentary in Andor, when you get these scripts, is that what partly attracted you to the show that's not normal Star Wars, dare I say? Even though Star Wars has always had political resonance?
I mean, the storytelling, the writing is everything for me. And because of my background in the theater, I work on great writing. So it has rhythm. It has something that when you work on, like I did Angels in America by Tony Kushner, and I did it years after it was written and still found that the resonance was different.
God did miss.
But great writing resonates across time.
I still love
it's
James
timeless. Gunn. And I know that speaking to Tony and Dan and the writers, that they weren't writing for what's happening now. They wrote it before even October 7th happened. So as Tony says...
And before Donald Trump's re-election.
Yeah, and as Tony says, it's not our fault that that the world is in such a state that it's awful that it's so resonant.
It's not art mirroring reality, it's reality mirroring art.
Exactly.
And that's so chilling when you think about it.
Right, this is exactly what I was saying.
But you watch these... I want to come back to the first season in a moment and the relevance to what's happening in the world. But Star Wars has always had political commentary. Even George Lucas, when he came up with the original films, he said the rebels are basically the Viet Cong. Vietnam War was happening.
Exactly.
Which makes Darth Vader the United States and the Empire, which is obviously an unpopular position for a lot of conservative fans of Star Wars.
Didn't he say if you see Palestine in a story, that's okay? Ultimately what it was, because he was just in those comments, people were pushing back and were like, James, you know that when you, the creator of something, release your art, it no longer belongs to just you. You put it out in the world and it now belongs to people, and they are going to interpret it and analyze it and make these make these comparisons, and that's how it goes. It takes on a life of its own. And he was like, yeah, that's it was like, yeah, that's true. Basically, people in the comments going, it's fine to be like, no, I wrote this for October 7th. Like, I didn't specifically intend that, but you can't then not understand why people are interpreting it the way they are, or to try and like course correct on that. Just let people say what they say. Oh, he was deep in the comments. Yeah, that's why I was like, what in the gun? What is the gun doing? Silence the gun. Also, fascism, imperialism, and revolution are not exactly new or novel things. Exactly. And I think that should show you just how, this cyclical history, how these, these issues, these atrocities against humanity are repeated, that we need to, we need to understand these things so that we recognize them, and so that we can no longer live in a world where these crimes against humanity are always occurring. And so I think the comment on the real world reflecting art is true in this case too, because unfortunately, like these these political parallels, these battles of the oppressed versus the oppressors has been going on a long time.
When did you guys realize on the show that you were having this massive cultural, political, social impact?
I mean, we knew, Kyle and I hadn't, Kyle Solar, who plays my boyfriend, he and I were doing press for the first season, and we hadn't seen it because there's a lot of links you have to go through and passwords, and we just hadn't watched it. Yeah. And we were doing initial press, and it was during COVID, and so we were on laptops in a dark room, and every time the laptop opened and the next journalist came in, they were really like having a response to the show, and Kyle and I were like, oh my God, I think this is, it must be really great, right? Yeah. We knew that the writing was great. We knew that making it was a huge, a brilliant experience. But then when you put things out in the world, like, you don't know how it's going to be received.
Yes. Yeah. I remember I was doing a show at Peacock, NBC Universal, the streaming channel at the time. And the executive producer and I were watching it religiously. And we're like, let's do a panel discussion about this. And they're like, wow. And we were like, do you think they'll let us get away with having like a serious? So we thought for fun, I think it was the end of the year show, the last show, we had like a panel of serious political commentators come on and talk about Andor, which we thought was really cool.
That's amazing.
It's like real, instead of talking about like Congress and Senate, like, what about this show?
That's amazing. That's so, for all of us, especially when you meet Tony and his brothers and the writers, and they're serious people. You know, they're a laugh, but they know what they're talking about. And Tony is a history nut. Like, this guy knows everything there is to know. So you're not just working with people trying to make a hit who have done a formulaic series that, we need cliffhangers. I know what goes into making TV, and it can take all the art out of it a lot of the time. These guys knew exactly what they were doing. Oh, and so even the casting, I remember meeting Kathleen Kennedy.
One other thing that I want to point to is how this is just further proof that what has been happening in Palestine is not actually complicated to understand. The fact that this mirrors, the atrocities being committed against Palestinians mirrors what we see in a movie like Superman or in a show like Andor. Properties or films and shows that were written well before October 7th, because the Palestinians are not the only people to endure the imperial boot. They are not the only people to be under military occupation, to be, victims of an apartheid regime, to be victims of genocide. And so it just further emphasizes that it's not complicated to understand the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has always been presented as, oh, no. Too much history. You couldn't possibly begin to understand. No, it's actually quite simple. It's actually quite simple when you get down to brass tacks. And it's something that we recognize because of the cyclical history of oppression, of occupation, of apartheid, of civilians in one group of civilians being oppressed by a great power. We see this in fiction. We see this throughout history. So it's never been complicated.
And again, to my shame, I didn't know who Kathleen was on set. And I said, hi, it's nice to meet you. Who are you? And she said, I'm Kathleen Kennedy. And I was like...
The brains behind it all.
Yeah, and I said, what do you do? And she said, I'm the head of Disney.
That's so funny.
And I said, oh, so you're my boss.
That's so funny.
Boss's boss.
Yeah, you're like totally in charge of all this. And she said, I said, oh, well, I'm really happy to be here. It's amazing. And she said, well, Tony saw you on stage and knew that you were right for this part. And I said,
she really is an Irish theater actress, just so far removed from big Hollywood to not know who Kathleen Kennedy is.
That must have been really hard for you because you could have had any famous actress, and instead you get somebody from. But he chose all of the people in the show are all theater
cast to perfection.
Yeah,
and that's the show. I mean, you know this because you said you're obsessed with Nazi Germany. What's so compelling about the show is this is how fascism happens. It doesn't happen overnight. We don't wake up one day and there's a dictator.
It's the banality of evil. That's the thing. It happens around essentially a water cooler, like all these kind of boring office politics, and he just nailed that.
Yeah,
people.
The committee meetings of the ISB, the mixture of bureaucracy, but also planning a genocide.
But what he did,
and showcasing how like fascism can be born out of democracy, and for democratic nations where there have been fascist takeovers to be like, no, but we're a democracy. It's like, look at history. Okay, George Lucas, even though those prequels sucked ass, like that, he was demonstrating how fascism comes from, can come from democracy. So
thought that was really clever with Dedra was that everybody was kind of girl bossing her at the beginning because we're in that time.
Maybe that was harsh. Maybe that was harsh. I just don't remember. I didn't really care for them. I didn't care for them. I will say. All right.
Oh my God. And all the while I was thinking, when I was watching people's reactions, I was thinking, you're going to get to, I think it's episode 8, the torture scene, essentially. It's like, she's a fascist.
Yes.
Be careful who you get behind, just because, women have exactly the same.
No, agreed. 100%. Look at who surrounded Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Is there a sense that what we see, I always think, Hollywood is all about the little guy standing up to the big guy. Like all the Hollywood movies.
Yes, the world building was cool. It's just the writing.
Yeah. They glorify, all these kind of resistance movements. You think of like Braveheart and you think of all these classic movies. And then you look at Star Wars, also the rebels. But in real life, all those same people are the bad guys. They're always demonized.
Yes. But look at what's happening in the world right now. Like somebody sent me that thing about we get behind the rebels in all the...
Yes.
We get behind the little guy when we watch TV.
We're anti-empire on screen. So there's a scene in season 1 of Andor, which for me is still one of the most powerful scenes. It's Marva's speech, Cassian's mother's speech, played by the great Fiona Shaw, in a posthumous message and rousing the people.
It's easy for the dead to tell you to fight. And maybe it's true. Maybe fighting's useless. Perhaps it's too late. But I'll tell you this. If I could do it again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the Empire!
Actually makes me quite emotional
watching. It is emotional.
Do you know what I'll say too? This is why I truly believe pop culture analysis is so important, because so many people who see fiction as existing in this vacuum, as like they can understand full well when they watch Hunger Games, right? Media literacy, pop culture analysis, like they get when they watch Hunger Games, they get when they watch Star Wars, but they can't apply that to the real world. Like they understand fiction, but they can't understand nonfiction. Right wingers love Star Wars, of course. It's because this is one of the, I mean, this is an age-old trope in film, right? Like the little guys versus the big bad guys, right? It's very clear who's on the side of good and who's on the side of bad, like who's morally righteous. But it's just not understanding. It's getting it in the film, but then not understanding in real life. There are a legion of people who are supposedly fans of extremely political media like Star Wars and One Piece and will argue till they run out of oxygen that these stories are not political. I have never even seen One Piece, but anybody saying One Piece is not political, that's crazy. I don't even know One Piece, and I know One Piece is political. Seeing Luffy everywhere, or like, I'm not even like a huge Star Wars head, and I know Star Wars is political.
And also, it's one of those classic rousing speeches in a TV show or movie where like, yeah, you got the music running in the background, amazing delivery. But if a Palestinian said that in real life,
they'd be shot.
They're the baddies. We would say they're terrorists. You couldn't go on a college campus and say that in the United States right now. You'd be expelled, if not worse, deported if you're a foreign student. There is this weird disconnect between what we're willing to embrace on screen, in art, in movies, and then in our daily lives. It's like, okay, back to normal, back to the empire.
I know, and I get the messages from people saying it's so important and it's so great, and then they're not saying anything about what's actually happening in the world. So it's a really timely thing, a piece of art to come out. But I think what it's done for me is show the cognitive dissonance, like the ability for people to have all these feelings. It's like when people say to me, you're an actress, what right? Shut up. Stick to what you know. And it's like, this is a transference of skills. My job is to make people care or feel things about imaginary characters. So surely I can use those skills right now to feel, less useless by making people feel things about actual people.
You know what I think it is too? I think it is this pure driven need for just total escapism, where it's like, yeah, I mean, there is an element of this being escapist, right? It's entertainment. But I think that turns into then people not wanting to, people refusing for there to be any political parallel, any connections to the real world. They just want it to be, they want it to be pure escapist fantasy. And that's it. That's all. Unfortunately, you know what it is too? You're right. The conservatives think they are the rebels fighting the empire. Yes. They look at that and they go, wait, that's me. Wait, that's so me. That's me. Oh my God, I relate so much.
Like, I feel like there's a whole
only the people of Gorman, not the people of Gaza.
Exactly.
I mean, you said when did you film season 2?
Is it 3 years ago now?
Wow.
I think.
Took that long to come out?
Yeah, because I mean, there's so much work and the strikes happened, so there was a lot of.
So it had not. It's pre-October 7th.
Yeah.
But when you watch it now, you cannot watch the Gorman massacre. Sorry, spoiler alert for those who get on with season 2. Gorman massacre, colonial force against an indigenous people in a public square.
I'm just kidding. I already
open
know
fire
all
in
I already
broad
know all
daylight,
this.
massacre the natives, and then cover it up and suppress the use of the G word, as we saw Senator Mon Mothma use, genocide. The parallels are insane.
I already know all this because I read a lot, so this isn't even spoilers.
I know, insane. But Tony will say, and he's right, he's like, open a history book, pick any genocide.
True.
And that is true, right? But like, and I wish, I mean, God, if only I could say that we all sat around talking about how this was Gaza.
I mean, a few people did, not enough. It's
Yeah.
like the latest Superman movie, which I don't know if have you seen that?
I haven't seen it. No.
So there's a scene in that also where the people are being attacked, and it's very and Israelis got really upset. Some Israelis said, "Oh, this is an attack on us," but they don't name you. So if you see yourself in the villains, that's kind of telling. They just show a big army killing some natives, and if you think that's an attack on you, then that says
more about what you know about what's happening.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The Walter Masterson sketch about this is amazing.
The Galactic Empire did nothing wrong. Free Alderaan from the Rebel Alliance. This is the most moral empire in the entire galaxy.
Everybody that have mind in his hand know that the state of Israel and all these crimes is against the Jewish religion, against the Jewish teachings. We are here with the pro-Palestinian movement to support a free Palestine, a free Gaza.
This is a great bit. Defending the Galactic Empire.
You support the Empire? The Empire is actually saved Alderaan from the Rebel Alliance. Free Alderaan from the Rebel Alliance. The Empire did nothing wrong. Support the Empire. Excuse me.
They
do you
have
support
the right.
Empire?
The Empire has the right to defend itself.
This is the most moral empire in the entire galaxy. It's the most moral empire in the galaxy. The
Look at
Galactic
how
Empire
look at
did
how
nothing
conservatives
wrong.
reacted to the boys.
Sir, do you stand with the Galactic Empire, sir? How you doing? How you doing?
He goes, awesome, man.
The Galactic Empire did nothing wrong, okay? Moff Tarkin is the one who gave the order to blow up Alderaan. Yeah. You know what?
Criminals wear masks and he's fully suited up.
I stand with the Empire. Free Alderaan from the Rebel Alliance. Do you support the Empire?
I'm sorry. That is so them co-opting protest chants. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Palestine has got to go. Get your own. Loser shit.
We blew up Alderaan. This is the most moral empire in the entire galaxy. Moff Tarkin blew up Alderaan, okay? Not Darth Vader. The Mandalorian uses Baby Yoda as a human shield. I'm here to support the Galactic Empire.
Who are you?
Support the Galactic Empire.
What's the connection? Are you making fun of us?
No, the Galactic Empire. I'm talking about Star Wars.
I think he's making fun of us.
Wait, I'm here to talk about Star Wars.
Oh, wait. I think this guy maybe understands. He goes, oh, you're making fun of us.
Yeah.
Wait, why do you think you're being made fun of, though? Why? What connection are you drawing here?
Yeah, you watch Star Wars. Yeah, see, she watched Star Wars. She understands
Is
Star
this-
Wars. She's not misinterpreting Star Wars. Yeah.
Is this fucking play about
tell me
us?
about Star Wars.
IDF. These are people who defend Israel.
Yeah, Star Wars. Some of these people here, are not being loyal to the Republic.
They're not loyal to America.
They're not loyal to the Republic. They're not,
Protect the United
the Republic.
She gets it, but she's okay with it.
Shalom from Donald Trump. Free all these assholes from Gaza. Free all from Hamas. Free everybody from Hamas.
The Galactic Empire has done so much for people, and they just get so much hate. I don't know why people hate the Galactic Empire so much, right? It was Moff Tarkin that blew up Alderaan. Moff Tarkin. And the liberal media is never going to talk about Saw Gerrera, right? Yeah, exactly. Criminals wear masks. Yeah, criminals wear masks. Only criminals. Cowards. You're all cowards. Yeah, exactly. Take your helmets off. Take your helmets off and see who's with the Rebel Alliance. A lot of Rebel Alliance people here in disguise.
I'm here with my face exposed. Protecting people, and on the other side.
IDF reservists, clock the American accent. Yeah.
Yeah. Take your helmet off. Take your helmet off and swear allegiance to the Galactic Empire. You know, Emperor Palpatine has never even heard of Order 66. So he put some biochips in each of the clones. That doesn't prove anything.
Democracy and the Republic.
Defend the Republic, yes.
Do you condemn Luke Skywalker? Do you condemn Luke Skywalker? Stop making fun of the Empire. We're correct, is what they're saying to him.
States and defend Israel. That's all that matters. There is no Palestine.
Do you condemn the rebels?
Palestine does not exist. There is no Palestine. Is there a plane? Can you take a plane to Palestine? There's no plane.
Yeah, because they blew up the airport, you fucking turd.
There is no Alderaan. Alderaan doesn't exist. The Galactic Empire tried to save Alderaan.
We're the Republic, right? Stand with Israel. The Republic and democracy.
Yeah. Emperor Palpatine tried to save Alderaan from the Rebel Alliance. The crime rate on Alderaan, he brought it to 0%.
I like how all the pro-Palestinian supporters there, they understand.
We are here in
They
front of the United
understand the
Nations
point
again
that's being made.
because what we thought yesterday is the worst. Today is the normal. We didn't think that in the world's history will be it will be a live genocide on social media and TV, and especially when they target healthcare workers, like 15 healthcare workers at once. We thought this is the worst, but this is not the worst. When they target journalists sitting in their tents, born alive, we thought this is the worst, but this is not the worst. Zionist regime is taking every day next step to be the worst genocide in the world's history, in the modern history. So basically we are here Jewish people. Why the state of Israel are using our religion to justify all these crimes? They're misquoting our religion and claiming to be representing the Jewish people, the Jewish religion, to protect the Jewish people. We are here to say this is totally false. This is not what Judaism is. Zionism is against our religion, against the teaching of the Jewish religion. Killing, stealing is in no way representing the Jewish religion. A lot of APEC politicians are usually saying that you don't need to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Yeah, wait, remember when Anakin Skywalker killed all those kids? Just so many parallels.
I'm here to say that you don't need to be a Jew.
When he killed all those kids, and it was supposed to be a big moment of like, oh yeah, he's evil. Oh wow, Anakin Skywalker has gone to the dark side because he's killed a bunch of kids. But those kids would have grown up to become adult. What's it called? Jedis. Those were baby Jedis. Okay, and those baby Jedis become adult Jedis.
To understand that the state of Israel is against the Jewish religion. Everybody who have a mind in his hand know that the state of Israel and all these crimes is against the Jewish religion, against the Jewish teachings. So we are here with the pro-Palestinian movement to support a free Palestine, a free Gaza. We demand a stop to the occupation for 76 years. We had a beautiful peace prior to the movement of Zionism. We hope this should be the case in the future.
There is anti-Semitism out there, but it's harder to go after actual anti-Semitism when people are calling everything anti-Semitic.
There was anti-Semitism prior to the movement of Zionism, but the rise on anti-Semitism today is because the actions of the state of Israel. But the pro-Palestinian movement is not anti-Semitic. When I go to this protest, when the Zionists attack me, the pro-Palestinian movement will protect me. because they are not against the Jewish people as the Jewish religion. They are against this brutal occupation for 76 years and their goal to ethnically cleanse the region of the Palestinian people. This is their goal from the beginning. So we are here as Jewish people to say that everything is wrong. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It's our duty to stand up against this genocide, against this occupation, against this rebellion against God. This is not what Judaism is. Leaders of the Zionist movement, the founder, Theodor Herzl, was an atheist. He didn't believe in God.
Theodor Herzl.
Theodor Herzl was an atheist. He wrote in his diary, he want all his kids should be Christians. So claiming, but they still claiming in the name of my religion these crimes. This is embarrassing to us. And we are here to counter these lies. These lies need to be stopped. The pro-Palestinian movement should not be intimidated when they're being accused as anti-Semitic people. The students' movement should not be intimidated. We admire the students when they're standing up for what is right. They will be remembered in the history to come, when the world will see what the genocide did to the Palestinian people, and they had courageous people standing up for their rights.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's very important.
I've met this dude. He's lit. He and his kids walked from Brooklyn to Manhattan on Shabbats to come to the protest since they can't drive. Yeah, I mean, he nailed it. Wait, why do you only talk about the Galactic Empire? There are other empires with Death Stars in the universe. Oh, why do you care so much about what the Galactic Empire is doing, huh? Huh? I think in the novel version of our OTS, Anakin pleaded with Palpatine to spare them, but Palp said no, they have to die because they're guilty as all the other Jedi. Yes, because those baby Jedi grow up to become adult Jedi. So, gotta kill them.
To understand that there never was.
Okay. Anyway. Back to our conversation. Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect bit because you're true. You have to dehumanize people in order to have this kind of dissonance. So to not see Palestinians as humans is how you can justify and support what's happening to them. And no amount of so you understand when it is, you understand when this is something that's being, when this is a big part of a show or a film that you love, but when it's happening in the real world, you not only refuse to see it, won't see it, but you support it. Like you are on the side of the bad guys. Is that why Democrats and the progressive left constantly label their opponents as Nazis and racists in order to dehumanize and justify violence? Ooh, I bet you thought you cooked with that shit, angry when confronted. I know you were you were feeling good about that, weren't you? You're like, ooh, I got her. Ooh, there's no way that she is going to be able to at all come back from this comment. I got her backed into a corner. No. So the reason that we label Nazis and racists as Nazis and racists is because they're Nazis, because they're racist. I hope that answered your question. It's quite simple. When someone is a Nazi, you call them a Nazi. Oh, what now? Oh, what you gonna do with that? Oh. Yeah, it's funny because you're talking about Nazis being dehumanized. Do you understand what being a Nazi is? Do you understand that the ideology of fascism is lies in dehumanizing groups of people? Are you a Star Wars fan? Do you watch Star Wars? Maybe none of this makes sense to you because yes.
Do you want banana pancakes or chocolate pancakes?
Oh my God, you got pancakes?
Pancakes.
Oh shit, you got pancakes and you're moving your booty around like that?
Which one?
I want the banana ones, I think.
I'm gonna get you syrup and butter.
Oh, syrup and butter. This is the best day ever. I haven't had pancakes in so long. I know, unfortunately, he was not full braless wife, but Snowflake, thank you for the prime. pancakes and syrup. Oh, you're the best. You're the best, William. You're the best. Making banana pancakes.
You play a fascist on TV, as we've said multiple
And I am
times
a
today.
total fascist in real
Your
life.
politics are very anti-fascist, I think
Yeah.
it's fair to say. Very different. You're from Ireland, as we discussed. Like many of Irish, you've taken a very strong
Ireland.
stance against the genocide in the Middle East right now, against the occupation and the apartheid. The Irish people have been very strong in their support. I think it's fair to say Spain and Ireland are two of the strongest supporters of the Palestinians in the EU. Where does that come from? Does that come from Irish history, do you think?
Well, look, I left school when I was like 15 years old. I didn't engage in my own history in the way that I now would have hoped I did. I wish I had engaged more, but that's the hope. That's what happens. Our language is gone, or it's coming back, but it's like I wanted to get out of Ireland. So actually what's happening to me now with what's happening in Palestine is teaching me also about my own history. And I'm really grateful for that too.
And do you see parallels?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we lived under occupation for hundreds of years. And having just come back from the West Bank and walking around refugee camps that have now become cities, I'm really struck
Oh, she's
by
Irish. That explains everything.
how it feels to be somebody who comes from a history of people who got out from under occupation. That's extraordinary, actually. And I wish it so much for the Palestinians.
There's so much history there. I interviewed Alana Hadid on this show last year, and her
Love
mum's
her.
family's Irish, her dad's family's Palestinian.
Oh, I didn't know her mum's family
Yeah, and she
was
said
Irish.
she
That's
had this
amazing.
great line in the show. She said,
Wow,
"I have liberation running through my blood." Was
Yeah,
the line she used.
that's an intense bloodline. I love
Indeed.
it.
When did you first? I want to talk about your West Bank trip. Before we get to that, when did you first become aware of what is happening over there in the Middle East? Because I didn't know this until doing research for the show. That you were in the shooting of Thomas Herndon back in 2008.
Yeah.
Which of course is a film about the British photographer Tom Herndon, who was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper in Gaza in 2003.
Yeah.
When you were in that film, did you know what was going on?
Yeah, so I started learning then.
Oh, okay.
But I was also on my own personal, I was like cleaning my life up. So I was on my own personal waking up journey. And so we filmed in Jordan. So I spent time in Jordan. We went to refugee camps. I spent time with a woman who worked for the International Solidarity Movement. And I remember being with her and thinking she was extraordinary. Watching how she interacted with people, I was really drawn to her. And then I met a woman who was
Yeah, we're not going to fat shame Mehdi Hassan.
in the IDF. And I remember physically having a strange feeling with having these two women sitting together and thinking, I don't know enough about what's going on here. Like this is...
And that was, 17 years ago?
Yeah.
So you've been on a long journey.
Yeah, a
Some
long
of y'all are
journey that
so
was
weird
also,
sometimes.
there's a lot of stuff that came in to distract from that journey. I'm not going to say that I was on the front lines of the protesting and the way that some people in this movement have been and who have been great mentors for me. And the world, I'm realizing now that the world has distracted us in a really extraordinary way from what's happening over there and what has been happening over there for decades. And so to my shame, even after that film, I wasn't as engaged. I had a profound experience. I spent time with children in refugee camps, but I still wasn't ignited in the way that I have been ignited since October 7th. And when October 7th happened, I did what a lot of people did. I prayed for peace. You know, I had just joined Instagram. I had a very small following. And so
Wild time to just join Instagram.
Did the praying for peace. And then about 3 days later...
What you saw on Instagram? You saw stuff on Instagram?
Yeah, and I also wanted context. Something like that comes out of nowhere and we're...
Oh, you mean she didn't know and was curious though and was like, maybe I should learn some more here. Maybe I should do some research, because instead of just accepting like truly definition of I ain't reading all that, truly. See, the problem is when you engage with chatters like that, sometimes it's fun, whatever. I like to have a little fun. They confuse that with you actually being interested in what they have to say. I'm not. Do not give a fuck. Anyway. See, this is a difference, though, between Denise and other people who are like, oh, I couldn't understand. And I'm just going to say the things that I've seen repeated. And that's it. That's all. But also I'll be like, I don't really know much, but I'm also not curious to learn anything at all. Whatever.
Just going to go.
No, Denise, the world began on October 7th.
Exactly. And so then I started learning. So then I searched for context and found, in 2023, more Palestinian children were killed by the occupation forces than any other year in the occupation.
Prior to October 7th. Yeah.
Exactly. On October 6th, 300 Palestinians were killed. Then I started watching everything, reading everything. And I had to go through, Ta-Nehisi Coates talks about the levels of deception. I have found, I was reading a lot of, ex-Zionist voices or Jewish voices, all very informative and necessary. But it was like, hang on, I need to keep going. Why am I only reading those voices? So I started to deeply engage with Palestinian voices. And then watching, there was a brilliant documentary made by two Irishmen, actually, called Voices from Gaza, which was made in 2014. And they're living in an open-air prison. Would we accept getting electricity for 4 hours a day that is decided by the occupation? Would we...
people can't handle when their fucking internet drops for 2 seconds, which, okay, to be fair, me too. But this idea that here in America, if we were to have our electricity, our, everything controlled, it's like, are you kidding me? People want things immediately. We're like, oh my God, my DoorDash is 10 minutes late. Like, I'm going to riot.
The occupation's over. They pulled out in 2005, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, crazy that we...
There's no occupation, but we control the electricity, the water, the seas,
they can't
the
swim
air.
or travel further than 3 miles out in the sea. Like, it's wild. And then I was invited to go there. And I knew that was the next phase of my development as somebody, I want to advocate the best way I can. I don't want to be a pontificating actor.
And you go to the West Bank, and you've just been to the West Bank. Before you go, and even on this journey since October the 7th, are people telling you, shh, be quiet, don't say this stuff, be careful? I interviewed John Legend, and he said, of course there's censorship in Hollywood on this issue. And I said, well, how come you're not afraid to speak out on Gaza, which he has? And he said, well, I am who I am, right? He is at a place now where he's uncancelable, effectively. I mean, with respect, you're not John Legend.
No.
So, although
no,
I mean, at some point in your theatre career, your nascent Disney career, is your agent, are your friends and family, our fellow actors saying, you should shut up about that. That won't help your career.
No, I mean, I've always been very
John Legend W.
Spoken in many different ways. I think I've been a pain in the ass for a lot of people in the industry for a long time, because you have to remember my background is I was a homeless drug addict when I came to London. I didn't come into this through the gates of privilege. So I have been on the other side of the fence for most of my career. Then I do a play when I'm 35 and suddenly I'm everybody's shiny toy. And it was great to get financial success. My God, to buy a house, that was huge. But I think if anything, people are like, yeah, that tracks, that she was.
But Disney, Tony Gilroy, none of them are saying, you know what, just promote the show. Don't talk about this controversial issue.
No, and we had a really great conversation about how we would publicize the show. We weren't told, don't say this, don't say that. That was never the conversation. But we were told, we want as many people to see this show as possible. So when you're talking about it, because like in the first season, I said in an interview, oh, she's a woman in a man's world. And my God, the unleashing of, we don't want feminist woke bullshit in Star Wars. And I was saying, oh. And then you watch the show and people are like, oh my God, it's amazing. You think she's a woman in a... So I learned, don't give it anything. Let them watch the show first. So we were all very clear about Because also we weren't
Right.
lying. We didn't sit around talking about Palestine building the show. That's not what happened. We talked about other things. I based a lot of my character stuff and growing up, what it must have been like growing up in the Nazi youth. You know, that's where it really came from. If I was to do the show again now, with what I know, I would be having different conversations.
I'm sure.
But yeah, I didn't feel censored in any way with that show. But my agent, I have a new agent recently, and I was worried, you know, and I told her that I was going to do an interview about Palestine, and she said, you have to ask yourself if you're going to be okay in 30 years if you don't say anything. And I thought, okay, we're going to be fine.
Yes. That's a good agent.
Yeah, she's great. And I've always believed that I get the things I'm meant to get. And I talked about it before, is like the difference between the gang.
Yeah, you know, that's a perspective that I think is often the perspective not considered. And instead it's like, is this worth it? Right? It's consider your career, consider your business, consider consider all these things rather than consider your personhood, your you know, how are you going to feel down the line? You know, consider your humanity, like down the line when you said nothing. Will everything have been worth it? Is that the kind of person you are? Is that the life that you're living where it would have all been worth it to have said nothing in the face of such grave atrocities, right? So it's self-preservation versus your humanity. I literally had a convo 9 months ago with a friend of mine that ended with me saying, look, bro, I know I'll be on the right side of history. And he came to me last month and finally said he was wrong. Yeah. And I think that should be the consideration. That should be what people are talking about rather than, oh, well, what's this going to do to my career? What's this going to do to my like social standing? You know, not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to say anything. And I think you don't consider, different kinds of self-preservation, like not self-preservation from a like what's good or bad for business, and not self-preservation of like your soul, of your very humanity.
The tribe, you know, there's the gang who look great. It all looks really good fun and they've got loads of money and it's all really shiny. But, you know, to join a gang, you have to hurt yourself. To stay in the gang, you're under constant threat. To leave the gang, you have to hurt yourself. They disperse at the first sign of trouble. They really aren't interested in you as for you. It's about you kind of becoming a version of the gang. Whereas the tribe are like people that you don't have to see from one end of the year to another, but they're people who have conscience.
And they're there.
And they're there, and there's a community. And I'm finding that since I started being vocal, actually what's opened up to me is lots of people who have conscience. And I feel safer. I feel so much better about myself, about what I'm going to do with my life. Like, if it means that I would really like to pay off my house. So, you know, I'm hopeful I do get more work.
40 years.
But I'm also, I believe that this is what's better for me as a person. And there are enough people speaking now for these new lines of creating work to happen. And, you know, I feel bad for those who don't speak up.
Once Disney's Dedra spin-off kicks in, that house is paid off overnight. You mentioned safety.
Yeah.
You went to the West Bank recently, the occupied West Bank. Why did you go? Who did you go with? What was the goal of the trip?
So before, I feel like I'm sort of in university at the moment of like classes of learning. And I had done a workshop with this fantastic charity called McCann, who teach people how to advocate in the best ways, run by two Palestinian women, one of whom tells the story of how she can't go back. She can't go, and if she goes, she can't go to the same place her dad's in. Like, it's crazy. But I wanted to know as much as possible for things like this. I don't want to be the actress who screws up, you know. And so McCann had taught me a lot about how this whole situation had unfolded, and then I was invited to go with Sabeel, this brilliant Palestinian charity who also operate in the UK, to go on a delegation to learn. And the invitation was come and see, then go and tell. So I spoke to Palestinian people in my life and asked permission, because a lot of Palestinian people can't go back home. And if they do go back home, there's restrictions on how they move around. And so I was worried about being the privileged white girl that goes on a journey. But when we got there, what became very, very clear was that the intention of this mission was to come and see and go and tell, come back with, like, I have an emotional connection now to that place that I didn't have before. I've seen things that are undeniable. You could put me in front of anyone and there isn't a person in the world that would be able to convince me that what is happening there is a democracy, or what is happening there is what is happening there is right. It's not right. Like,
did you go to Hebron?
Yeah. Like, what? You're on a street that you can almost feel the history on the street. You can feel how the shops used to be open and people, you know, we walked down the busiest street in Hebron that now has the fucking doors of the houses welded shut. And the Palestinians have cages on their windows because they're under constant attack. The occupier's flag is everywhere.
It's protecting just a few hundred settlers.
Yeah.
In the middle of thousands of Palestinians.
Exactly. And we went to Issa Amro's home, the activist,
Issa.
and
Great man.
Oh my God. And they opened up their home, they fed us, and the soldiers are walking by with guns right next to his house. He doesn't know when he leaves his house, he doesn't know what it's going to be like when he comes back. He's living in a cage. And not only that, we met a farmer who had 100 dunams of land that now is being encroached upon by these settlers. He lives in a cage with his family. If his children make too much noise, the settlers come to the balconies that overlook his home and take their clothes off to intimidate the children to go back inside.
Why? What is up? What is up with Israel and, like, this purgatory? What the fuck? It's truly, you just so pedo-coded. My God. My God. Adults taking off their clothes in front of children to terrify them, to traumatize them. It's so depraved. It's just pure depravity. Sociopathic depravity. The more you learn, the worse it gets. Honestly, I so feel that. Every time I think I know everything, I'm like, wow, holy shit, it's really evil stuff that's happening there. You learn these extra little tidbits, and it's like, it is so clearly immoral. It's so clearly wrong. Every little thing just horrifying. And when you think about how long this has been going on, there are people who were born into and died under occupation. So many children in Gaza who all they have known is, also just genocide for the last 2 years, you know? But it's like that their entire lives have just been under this cruelty and this depravity.
They take shots at them. If anyone touches the fence that surrounds their tiny plot of land that they now have, the IDF come. There's a gate that is controlled by someone in Jerusalem that decides whether or not people can come in and out. They had to break the gate to get his mother out to go to hospital. These are not just now for me, things that I see on Instagram, I mean, it's great that we can see what's actually happening, but sitting with a man while his son pours coffee for us, knowing that every single thing that we say, every moment that we walk around is being filmed, is being recorded, and this man is steadfast, sumud, this Palestinian word sumud, the steadfastness of these people. His father died due to stress, from trying to save his land. And I told you earlier about the documentary that I saw yesterday that's in production now, a 27-year odyssey that this documentary maker has gone on with a farmer. And you watch as slowly the land is taken, as the settlers come, as the IDF comes, as they just take the land, siege them in. The history of it, we watched the documentary in the morning, and in the afternoon we got the text message to say that they had just destroyed the land. It's happening right now.
Yeah.
And the fragmentation was something I didn't understand before the McCann workshop and then being there. So they fragmented to the West Bank and to Gaza. No, you can't travel in between the two. How crazy is that? And then they fragment the communities. So they stop the communities from visiting each other. It's all done by permits. But the most depraved thing is how they fragment the families. So they will deliberately arrest children in front of their parents so that the child sees that the parents can't do anything, thus breaking that bond between the child and the parents. They keep the child in prison just for long enough to make the community think that the child might be telling tales. So breaks the fragmenting of everything, and then the occupation of their minds. The amount of people we spoke to, the stories I heard, a young woman who goes to prison when she's 15 and then goes to prison again, like how she's treated, how they're all treated in prison, the sexual assault that happens. I have come back. I mean, I came back 3 days ago, so I'm still processing everything. But the idea that we allow, first of all, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. So don't talk to me about Hamas.
I like that. I like that she hit that Hamas. She's like, oh, you want to fucking talk about Hamas? Shut the fuck up. My God.
It's that brilliant book by Mohammed Al-Kurd, The Perfect Victims, which I meant to bring along because I wanted to read a little piece just at the end about us having to take on the Palestinian, what they have. Like, it's our responsibility. We're not helping, we're not saving, we're not supporting. We have a responsibility, and not just for them. For us, we are losing our humanity, and our governments are doing nothing. Like, I feel in England at the moment that there isn't even a government. Like, I don't know who's in charge here. And we also went to a refugee camp, the Ada refugee camp, and there's a small shop there, a really beautiful shop, where they make jewelry out of the tear gas canisters. And they showed us the tear gas canisters made in the USA, of course. And they cut them up and they make little Palestinian flags. I mean, even as I tell this story, I'm afraid that they will do something to the shop. Anything that I saw out there now, anything that I can do, I feel.
But it's when you come back to the UK and then you hear banal statements from politicians, two-state solution. You know, the classic move is, I support a two-state solution.
It's ridiculous.
There is no Palestinian state. What you just went to see cannot be a Palestinian state.
No way.
They have, as you say, it's non-contiguous, it's settled on, etc., disconnected. But when you hear all that rhetoric,
two-state solution.
I mean,
it's gaslighting.
Yeah, I mean, the gaslighting is, it's basically, you know, recent years, the whole narcissist thing, we're all much more aware now of narcissistic relationships and narcissistic abuse and coercive control.
We have a narcissistic president where I live.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like we're in a narcissistic, abusive relationship with a very powerful entity. Yeah. And the gaslighting that you then also, what I'm really grateful for about going there, not that I ever doubted what Palestinian people told me about their experience, but having gone there, I'm not gaslighting myself anymore, because that's a really dangerous thing, you know, that you start to say, well, maybe, but isn't there, like I had a woman say to me recently, I just, you know, I wanted to try and find a flag where it was the Israeli flag and the Palestinian flag together. And I'm thinking, oh, babe. Like, again, I keep thinking of Ta-Nehisi Coates when he...
Can't we just all get along? I mean, there's problems on both sides. There's issues on both sides. I don't support Netanyahu, but Hamas. So really the two, you know, problems on both sides. I really think that we just need a two-state solution. We gotta, you know, I do not support Netanyahu. Gotta get him out of office. Gotta get him out. But also, you know, Palestinians not so innocent over there. Okay. Silva, thank you for the 3 months. L Factory, thank you for the prime. Vox, thank you for the gifted. How do I stop people from coming in here informing me that Fandy is giving birth live? Can this, do I take out an ad? What do I, like, I'm about to block live birth. Just pull up her stream in the corner. I'm about to block live birth. I'm about to block her name. I'm about to block baby. Just, oh my God. Okay, how about this? Okay. Please do not come in here and tell me Fandy is giving birth live. Thank you. Okay.
I went to see him speak and he talked about the levels of deception. And I'm trying so hard also to have compassion for where people are at in their levels.
Yeah.
You have to, it's taking a lot of work to
It's very hard
learn.
to break that mindset and say one side is occupied, one side is occupied. This is not both
Yeah.
sides. We understand
It's
it in
not both
Ukraine.
sides.
We understand it in Ukraine. Nobody says, hey, I've got a Ukrainian flag on my house, but I'll put a Russian flag up as well.
Yeah.
Nobody says that.
Yeah.
Even though we're not anti-Russian, Russian people are not bad
But
people.
also the sanctions that were immediately in place. And I remember reading an article because my sisters in Ireland were very...
Soul Boot, thank you for the 5 gifted. SW Snyder, thank you for the tier 1.
Very involved in getting women and children out of Ukraine and housing them in Irish family homes.
Yeah.
The homes were opened.
Same
We
in the
all
UK.
opened,
UK
yeah,
did
everywhere. And so I saw that really up close. And there was an article in a newspaper about somebody was saying, you know, use this time and your energy to like make bombs and stuff. Weren't they saying that to Ukrainian? And
there was a whole video done by, I think, CNN, I can't remember which one, where they went and followed a bunch of Ukrainians around where they were making Molotov cocktails. And again, it was like Andor. It's very impressive when the good guys are doing it. But who defines who the good guys and the bad guys are? If Palestinians resist violently, which is their right under international law,
absolutely.
Obviously, the international law does not give you the right to kill innocent civilians. We agree on that. But the act of resistance is
totally
illegitimate when it comes to Palestine.
Totally. And everything about, I mean...
And also, what would you do? I mean, you came back from the West Bank. If we lived there, what would we do? If the average Westerner, European American lived that life. I mean, Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister.
Oh, but Israel and Palestine and Ukraine and Russia, it's not the same thing. So you can support Ukraine and support Israel.
Said, if I had been born a Palestinian, I would have joined a terror group. It was a moment of honesty from Barak.
Yeah, I mean, there's a brilliant photograph. I don't know who took it, but there's a photograph.
Yeah, once upon a time, that's what he said. If I were born in Palestine, I would join a group. I mean, honestly, it's like, is it really hard to understand that when you are born into such oppressive conditions, the only way out is through resistance? Like you have a duty to yourself and to your people to resist. And that is legal. It is legal to resist occupation like this. What else do you have? What else do you have? Truly. What am I going to appeal to the morality of my oppressor? Guess what? They don't fucking have any. What am I going to maybe use some nice words? Hey, mister, would you please stop putting your boot on my neck? Hey, do you think, would you mind? Would you mind maybe if I had rights, if I were in control of my life? Maybe, please, pretty please. Maybe if I say please a few more times. Hey, maybe could you please stop mass murdering my community, my people? Yeah, have you considered politely asking them to stop killing you? The internet hippo tweet. If Hamas was destroyed but my whole family was killed in the process, the first thing I would do is start Hamas too. Yeah. Creepier, thank you for the 23 months.
The women in Ireland making the bombs, like putting the petrol in the bottles. And I remember I'd look at it and feel like, yeah. Having been out in Palestine, yeah, I can't say that I would. I mean, the man who took us around is a peacekeeper. He is. I don't know.
So we live in the UK right now. You live in the UK. I'm a British citizen coming back to the UK. If you even hinted any of that, you'll be locked up.
I know.
I mean, this is where we live it now.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
even
like,
saying this
stuff is like, oh.
I know, and all
the
the use of the anti-Semitic, and I'm just like.
Have you been called that?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the whole of Ireland has been called that. You know,
Ireland is Hamas.
Yeah, and so
Ireland
some
is
of
Hamas.
the most helpful sources for me after the Palestinians, of course, have been Jewish people, and I think their own connection to, you know, never again. I've been really inspired by, you know, Norman Finkelstein and Katie Halper and all of these great people on the right side of it. So the idea that it's anti-Semitic that's another form of gaslighting. You know, it's.
I mean, you went to the West Bank and you weren't checking the religion
Very
of the
pale
occupiers.
Hamas.
The issue is they were
I don't
occupiers.
care. They're occupying and they're.
I don't know the religion of the people who shot the guys at Gorman.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter. They're
It doesn't
occupiers
matter.
shooting innocent, unarmed people.
Yeah, and it just feels like seeing it up close, going through the checkpoints. I was sitting in a taxi, and the Palestinians did take the piss out of me a lot because I cried a lot. And they would say, oh, Denise is crying, be careful, the floor is so wet because she's crying again. But privately, they would also say to me that for them to see somebody have a strong reaction to what's happening is quite, I think, can be helpful for them, because I would imagine they feel very abandoned.
And also what's happened to them has been normalised, right?
Completely. And it's not
1967.
normal. Yeah, it's not normal.
The Palestinians have the right to castle doctrine, and Israel broke into their home over 75 years ago. It's like, yeah, what language can I put this in for you
I
to
should sit in
understand?
front of a man who spent 29 years in prison, went to prison at 15 and then got out recently. It's not normal what happened to him in there. It's not normal what's happening to Hussam Abu Shafir, the doctor. Where is
Gaza.
he?
Yeah,
Like
disappeared.
that, the image of him walking to the tanks with such, you know, I can't even.
History will look back on that as a Tiananmen Square moment.
That's exactly what I thought.
People today in the West haven't clocked it because the gaslighting is still so strong.
Yeah.
But I think the verdict of history will be very harsh.
Listen, I hope. I mean, Owen Jones talks about the reckoning, and he's so determinedly saying there will be a reckoning. I really hope so. But to
I'm
be
more
honest,
cynical than Owen, but Owen does say that.
Me too, and especially since I came back, since being there, I'm like, hang on. How is this going to be?
All right, so let's not end on a negative note. What makes you hopeful?
What makes me hopeful? Okay, what makes me hopeful? I listen to Gabor Mate a lot at the moment, and he talks about moral injury, and that actually if your heart is broken right now, because my heart is smashed in a million bits, he says that that's a sign that you are a human. And I'm seeing a lot of people. There are a lot of people. We're going to Wembley tonight where there will be 12,000 people. It's still not enough, but all around the world, I do think we are seeking each other out and finding ways to show that we do care. It's just the people in positions of power, which I now think has all been orchestrated. I mean, I've turned full conspiracy theorist about the whole thing. I think, I feel like the people in power are not doing enough, but we are. Those of us with our hearts broken, we are many, and that's...
I mean, it's not even conspiracy theorists. That's just how it goes, you know? That's just... It's that's how power operates. You know? Just acting on aligned interests. Yeah. Just working to preserve and maintain their power. So all of these groups that are aligned, like, yeah, there's a reason for that.
It's a good thing.
We are many, they are few.
Yeah,
well said.
We have friends everywhere.
Now you just became
not
Dedra.
written
we
about.
We need Dedra to lead. We need we need a bit of that on our side. Where can people find Denise Gough next?
I'm going to do a play, and it's not a usual kind of play for me. I'm playing a Quaker, and who's deeply soft and kind, because I need to have a kind, soft woman in this system for a while, because I am constantly angry and I'm constantly heartbroken. And it's with Billy Crudup, who's one of the most lovely, beautiful, and our characters have a deep love, and I just want to be on stage where people are looking at me like I'm nice, as
this
opposed
is in London.
to... Yeah, so we'll open in the West End in
And have you got
December.
any movie projects coming up?
I'm doing a film with Greta Gerwig called Narnia. So
shit, she's gonna be in Narnia?
I'm playing someone mean in that, but it's fine. It's
Wait, who is she playing?
And I have a film coming out called H is for Hawk with the glorious Claire Foy.
You're baddie in that as well.
Claire Foy mentioned.
I'm actually not, and I'm Australian in that, so I'm very happy because my years of watching Home and Away really...
Oh, Home and Away Neighbours.
Is she playing the Queen?
But we didn't have Neighbours because we only had 2 channels, and Home and Away was banned.
So tonight at Wembley, there's a lot of people I'm hoping to meet. But if I meet Guy Pearce,
my God, please introduce me to Guy Pearce.
Aren't you Mike from Neighbours? And I bet he gets that. Not very much in Hollywood.
Yeah, but he went back to Neighbours.
A very British reference.
Yeah, he went. Yeah, didn't he do that 100? I was going to say 100.
Wait, why did she send it? She sounded Australian.
Year
you really are.
Please introduce me to Guy Pearce.
Yeah, but it was banned in my house because I grew up in a very Catholic household, so Knots Landing and Home and Away were banned.
Catholicism got to do with Australian soap operas?
They wore short skirts. You know what I mean?
I grew up
That's how you get pregnant.
I grew up in a
apparently.
Muslim household. We just looked away in certain scenes.
Yeah.
We'll have to leave it out on that note about Muslim and Catholic households and our TV habits. Denise Gough, been an absolute pleasure. Go to Zeteo.com, subscribe right now so you can get episodes of We're Not Kidding as soon as they drop. Like, subscribe the show wherever you get your podcasts. For now, from me, I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Denise Gough.
And we were not kidding.
That was a nice conversation. I really appreciate her. I think she's great. I think she's a great actress. She's a great artist, but also just a rad human, you know. And I think that's the truth of it. When it's like, okay, what do you feel hopeful for? Like, what can you hold on to? It's that, it's finding community. It's meeting new people because you have a shared humanity, because you look around, you go, wow, this stuff is really awful, isn't it? And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is fine. You know, I've had conversations with people over the last couple of years that I wouldn't have thought I would have. And meeting people through our shared sense of morals. Yeah, just remembering that you're not alone, and we gotta keep it up too. Gotta keep it up. There's a lot of good people out there. There are. I do believe that. Even though sometimes people be like, I hate people. Oh, the world is awful. There are a lot of really good people out there. There are. Okay. Oh my God. I thought I would feel less like shit. But I feel more like shit. Also, now those pancakes were good, but they really hurt my stomach. Now I have, well, earlier I was feeling nauseous. I still have a headache. I've taken Tylenol. I still have a headache. And now my stomach hurts. But the pancakes were good. Hey, you guys, coming up next on my stream, I'm giving birth live. So stick around. I've also been taking a lot of Tylenol. This, this is that. Pretend this is Tylenol. How many subs to name the baby? Whoever gives the most. Top gifter. Top sub gifter gets to name. Here it is. Here it is. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're not dropping 30K? No, not enough subs. I need more subs. Need more subs to drop 30K. This is my son, little baby hype train. This is little baby hype train. Come here, little baby hype train. Come here. Can you name my unborn child? You're not pregnant. Yeah. How about Genome? How about Genome? Genome, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All right, so far it's just you, so the baby's gonna be named Gunham? Genome? Gunham? Okay, here's a name for your baby. How about baby? This is my baby. And I don't mean as a nickname, like in Dirty Dancing. I mean the baby is named Baby. Proud Fur, thank you for the prime. This I like. One thing I always find funny is when people will name something exactly what it is. Like dog. If you have a dog, you just name it dog. If you have a cat, you name it cat. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna end stream. One, because I feel like shit, and two, I honestly think I'm gonna lose it. I think I'm gonna lose it. I just think I can't avoid people talking about this fucking birth or who's reacting to it. I can't. And I think I've done a long enough stream. I did a 4-hour stream. I talked about most of what I wanted to talk about. I feel like shit and I've lost. Be honest, you're leaving to watch. You got me. Actually, I've had it up on, when somebody said, is it on your second monitor? I was like, why would I have it on my second monitor? It's because it's on my third monitor. It's on my third monitor. Yeah. So I just, nothing like trying to talk about Palestine and so many interruptions about how someone is giving birth live on twitch.tv. I heard you from Will's stream? Huh? You know what? Yeah, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Will saw your pinned comment. Oh, please do not come in here and tell me Fandy is giving birth live. Thank you, management. Well, that didn't work. Management, unfortunately, was not heard. Unfortunately, management was ignored. So maybe next time. maybe next time management's requests will be considered. Okay. All right. So anyway, this is also no shade to Fandy. Congratulations on the baby. That is pretty wild to live stream it. That is pretty wild. All I will say is, if I ever have a baby, ain't no way am I live streaming that shit. Ain't no way. I don't want anybody. I don't want anybody there. I think that's wild. I think that's wild. But congratulations to her. Austin was in chat asking how long it'll take. Congratulations. This is more so my just shaking my head at Twitch chatters who just kept coming in here. I mean, like, hey, oh my God. Like they're what are they? The birth announcers? Or do they have trumpets? Are they going around to every single chat making the announcement? The answer is between 5 minutes and 10 hours. Yeah, birth can take a long time. It can take a long time. So, Cutie got hit earlier too. Well, all right, you guys. I'll be back. I'm not gonna game tonight, but I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, little titty boy. Oh, my little titty. My little tatas. My little tater tot. My little tater tot. Rest well, Queen. I'm so sick and tired of, every time I have my period, I just get so sick now. Used to never happen that way. Farley is telling me that Fandy's giving birth. Oh, thank you. I didn't know. Thank you, Farley. Oh my God. I don't know what happened. My 20s, I was always fine. And then in my 30s, I just always feel so sick. The first 2 days are usually depression mode. I don't get like too bad of depression, but I do get physical symptoms. And I always have a just consistent headache. My body's trying to your body's trying to kill you anytime in your 30s. It's so annoying. It really is. Anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. Sorry this was an under the weather stream, but I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be better. And thanks for joining.